or the ones with no fans are underperforming by like 4 or 5 points per game.
Yeah.
It's a very real thing, and I'm anxious to see how Iowa State handles it. Second time now.
Yep.
You mentioned player-driven leadership. The guys know they've got to bring that energy themselves today.
And the first time out, it just felt really odd, and it felt super casual.
Mm-hmm.
And what was interesting was how focused Louisiana was. I mean, they came out, their warm-up was spot on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's much easier when you're the road team coming into that situation because, the deck's stacked in your favor. Iowa State has had such great home attendance and such great fan participation and involvement. It's been such an advantage. But, this season it hasn't been as much, all right? And so, for obvious reasons, right? First game, there are no fans. Well, you're in game one and you're coming in and you're expecting something different. I think Iowa State has played enough games with, a greatly diminished fan environment where now they're going to come out and this is going to be about football today. It was not about football in week one.
One thing working in Iowa State's favor today, Cyclones wearing the all-black uniforms. And
Yep.
I'm not an analytical guy, but Iowa State's undefeated in the black uniforms, so that's just what it is. And Matt, as we always say, Matt Campbell isn't superstitious, just a little bit stitious. 2 years ago, when Iowa State beat K-State in the
Yep.
All Blacks, it's not a coincidence. I tell you every time, not a coincidence. Fellas, great work.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you on the sideline, Chris, and Ben in
Sounds
the
good.
booth today.
All right.
Before we get to the Matt Campbell Coaches Show, let's pause 10 seconds for stage identification on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Back with the head Cyclone, Matt Campbell, winter return. It's Iowa State and K-State here at Ames at Jack Trice Stadium. And this is the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
On the Coach's Corner, presented by Iowa Farm Bureau, supporting your food and the farm-strong families who grow it. Join our efforts, iowafarmbureau.org. Merck Animal Health, proud sponsor of Iowa State football. Iowa's corn farmers. Corn is a multi-purpose crop benefiting our entire state. It feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides clean-burning fuel for our planet. You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. And by EMC Insurance Companies. Count on what you've worked so hard to achieve. Here we go! Welcome to the Coach's Corner.
Today's interview with Coach Campbell is brought to you by DeKalb. Wherever you compete, winning has roots. That's why farmers pushing themselves to be the best plant DeKalb brand corn. Iowa State and Kansas State today, always a great test. Matt, I remember when I was in college at Drake, the basketball players wore a practice T-shirt that said, "Play hard, play smart, play together." And to me, that's Kansas State football. They play hard, they play smart, they play together.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. And, obviously, when you have a legend in coaching and Coach Snyder, who laid such an amazing foundation there, I obviously, the respect that I've had for him and what he stood for and how he built a program. And I don't know if there's anybody that did it better than what he did. And when you lay that foundation, and obviously you've got so many of those kids in the program, and you look at this team, again, it's got some veteranness to it, especially on the defensive side of the football. They play to what they've been taught. And, Chris Kleiman's come in and certainly done a good job, but that foundation is about as good as you can get, and certainly a lot of credit and respect for what that program's been built on.
As we talked about on the show Monday night, your team played a lot of really good football against Baylor and also found a way to kind of just grind out a really gritty, good team win against a team that was really playing well and looking for a big upset, and you had to be pleased with that victory.
I mean, John, I think you looked at that team for sure, and they were playing good football. And, you got a lot of guys that were playing championship caliber football just a year ago. And, I think we knew what kind of team really existed there and what kind of team would come and challenge us. And, to watch our football team, play the way we did and overcome some of the obstacles that occurred within the game, just really proud of the attitude, the effort, the intent that our kids brought. And now, it gave us some momentum going into the bye week. And now the challenge is, can we come back from a bye week? I think that's been when you look at us this year, we did against TCU. Obviously, we didn't start the season the way we wanted it, and then maybe didn't play our best game against Oklahoma State. So I think great momentum going into it. Real challenge of, getting kick-started again and getting that momentum and that juice going, going into this game.
Each week you make a point that all three phases of the game are going to be really important. And obviously, when you play Kansas State over the years, and this year's no different, their special teams are among the best in college football. Is it amplified even, that phase of the game when you play these guys?
Well, I think what you appreciate about what they do on special teams is, I don't know if it's anything flashy or unique. I think it's all about discipline, and it's about fundamentals and technique. And I think that's why you've seen them be so good, and especially in a year like this where special teams across college football was challenged. I think early on they haven't changed their scheme in 20 years in what they do. So their kids know what they're doing and are very confident in the fundamental and technique of what they're doing, and they've got off to a great start. So, I think from our end of things, we're settling in and starting to play really good football on special teams. And I think that's going to be a huge challenge in this game. And so, you're going to get very consistent, very good, very fundamentally sound special teams play from them, and we are going to have to match that.
Back with more of the Coach's Corner. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield. Campbell, Iowa State, and Kansas State today. And Matt, you mentioned the veteranness of the Kansas State defense. I look particularly at those two linebackers that were high school teammates 7 years ago. They're sixth-year linebackers in this Kansas State program. And, you know, college football, college basketball, really about two of the only places in America where you're trying to get older. But man, those are some veteran guys that have been through it and know what they're doing in Hughes and Sullivan. And they present some challenges, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, John, you look at the defensive front, maybe as good as what we faced all year, you know, and you're talking about junior, redshirt junior, you know, redshirt senior. You know, you're talking about obviously the linebacking core, and then, you know, in the secondary, I mean, the two safeties have played a ton of football. And so I think it's a football team that knows who they are. Again, very, you know, repetitive of this statement. They do what they do. They know what they're going to do. They know how to fit what they want to do, and they play really hard doing it. And that has been a staple for this Kansas State defense really all year, and has played really good football and really given them a chance to win every game defensively all year long.
They're one of the rare programs that still pretty much consistently plays a four-man front. They get a lot of pressure with this four. You mentioned their veteranness. They've had 19 sacks with that group. Your offensive line is playing very, very well. Really good test, I would think, for those guys today.
Oh, I think a huge test, and the biggest test that they've had all year, in my opinion. You know, this is as good of a pass rushing defensive front as we've played. You know, the defensive ends are as talented as we've played in our conference, and so we're going to get their best shot, but we're going to have to play our best. And so I think a huge challenge in this game, and I think something that we'll have to consistently do a great job of in the pass pro world, understanding where those DNs are and how can we affect them, and then in the run game, you know, having the ability to get four hands on some of those guys at times, I think really important for our success.
Last week against Baylor, or 2 weeks ago, you had a lot of 3-yard runs by Breece Hall on first down, or 4-yard runs. And I guess, how much do you value that as a head coach? I mean, he's not dancing around. If there's not a huge hole there, he's not putting you in a situation where it's 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11. He's getting the 3 yards that are there and keeping you in a good spot to still get that first down.
Yeah, you know, I think that's what I appreciate about Breece, is the discipline of a runner he is. And you know, I think what you want to occur, and you got to understand, part of a run game is, you know, kind of getting into the run game. And, you know, I think his patience, his ability not to always try to hit the big play, but, you know, picking and choosing his time to do that is really big. And I think his ability to allow the offensive line to get their blocks, maintain their blocks, and then as the game wears on, some of those big runs start to come. Breece is probably about as good as anybody as I've seen patiently allowing those things to occur within a football game.
Back with more of the Coach's Corner. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield, IMG College.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy.
and regulations, find sites for new barns, exceed environmental rules, and enhance neighbor relations, all at no charge. Visit supportfarmers.com to find out more. The coalition to support Iowa's farmers, your farm, your family, their focus. Coach, in the next 2 weeks here, this week and next week, you're going to face true dual threat quarterbacks in Howard and Ellinger. What are some of the challenges, especially when they throw in all that jet sweep action, of Howard's ability to bust big runs from the quarterback position?
Yeah, I think Kansas State, particularly, they've done a great job schematically allowing and putting their quarterback in great position to make big plays. And, I think one of the things that we have got to do a great job within the game is really stay sound and disciplined in what we do. There's times I feel like we've played Kansas State and, maybe we've tried to match everything that they do. You do that, sometimes you get yourself schemed and you allow big things to occur that normally wouldn't happen. And so I think our discipline within what we do and within our base scheme is absolutely critical to our success defensively. And, again, I think that's one of the things that you really appreciate about the challenge going against this Kansas State offense is they try to scheme you every way, shape, and form to put their playmakers in their quarterback run game as part of that playmaking ability that they have. They try every way to schematically challenge you to put themselves in position to have success. So I think a huge challenge for our defense.
That's really well put. Obviously, you worry about Howard running the football. They do the jet sweeps, as I mentioned. But then all of a sudden off that comes the naked boot. And, there's a really talented tight end and more, or Deuce Vaughn, who's completely dangerous out of the backfield. They do get those guys in space and some good receivers. It is a tough challenge, isn't it? Because they do a lot of things that scheme their way into open players.
They do. And, I think when you get somebody that wants to really challenge you schematically, you've got to be really good at what you do fundamentally. And, I think when somebody wants to challenge you scheme-wise, what scheme is it challenges your eyes and your discipline. And so our eyes, our discipline, and what we do and how we do what we do will be really important today. And I think if you see us playing well defensively, our eyes are right and our discipline is really good.
Your defense has forced a couple of turnovers in each of the last 3 games. And, this could very well be a low possession game. They typically are when you play Kansas State. Obviously, if you get a turnover or 2 today, it really helps your chances.
Yeah, I think traditionally you've looked at this game and ball security and winning the turnover battle has been a huge piece of it. I think also on top of that is situational football. Getting off the field defensively on 3rd down, really important in a game like this today. Having the opportunity on both offense and defense to have success in the red zone. I think all those things are the difference makers, especially when you're going to play a team that's, going to challenge your discipline and fundamentals, winning the situational battles. And we've talked a lot about that, John. I think that's really critical in a game like this.
Back with more of the Coach's Corner. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. We're back wrapping things up with Matt Campbell. Today it's Iowa State and Kansas State, and Coach, you got to play the full 60, obviously, against these guys, lead or no lead. And obviously that mentality really did help you against Baylor because your guys didn't play the scoreboard. It felt like they just kept playing and things eventually turned their way. But I got to believe that's part of the challenge here again today.
Yeah, I think period from here until the end of the season. And, I think that's one thing about this football team that I've appreciated is that simple fundamental. Don't look at the scoreboard. Just keep playing. Allow yourself to understand the situation, and then let's do everything in our power to capitalize on the situation. And so this football team up until this date has done a great job of doing that. And it's going to be critical for us to continue to do a great job if we want to become the team and be the team we've got the ability to become.
We talked about special teams a little bit earlier. One asked specifically about one special team of theirs, and that's the punt return team with Phillip Brooks. He's averaging better than 22 yards a return. How do you approach things with Joe today?
Well, I think the thing that makes them so successful on special teams, especially in the punt return world for them, is their ability to not only return the ball, but also come after you. They've blocked 3 punts on the season. They're a group that will pressure you at times. So again, I think when you look at our punt team, the efficiency of, location of the punt, where the ball's punted to, and then number 2, the effectiveness of block and then release and have great coverage. It's going to be important, and then none of those things are flashy. It's the simple fundamental of how punt works, and we're going to have to be exceptional at our fundamental.
I say, dude, we just don't punt. That would be the best way to go about it. Matt, you've said that you feel like your team's getting better every week, and obviously when you look at these 3 games coming up today, obviously, and then Texas at their place, West Virginia is playing about as well as any team in the conference, you're going to have to get better every week the rest of the way in order to do what you're hoping to do as a football team.
Well, and isn't that what you want? I think anytime you get to this point of the season, you want to play your best, and you know that the majority of time when you're playing meaningful games this time of year, the team that's across from you they want to play their best. And, I think we're finally at a place in our program where I think people, who are playing against us respect that, and they're going to give us their best shot. And now it forces us and demands us to be at our best when our best is needed. And this is the time of year where your best is needed.
Matt, thanks a lot, and good luck with the game today.
All right, thanks so much.
That wraps up the Coach's Corner. Back with more of the pregame show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
College.
This holiday,
It's time for the Golden Harvest game preview. Good afternoon once again, everybody, and welcome to Cyclone Football. John Walters along with Ben Bruns and Chris Williams down on the sidelines today. Brent Bloom along with us up here in the press box. And we're sorry that Eric Heff couldn't be with us today, guys, but Eric is contact tracing. Thankfully, everybody's doing well, and he's fine. And we will get Eric back, we hope, this Friday at Texas. But I think he just has this thing about ducking Kansas State games, Ben, because, you know.
I did not pull it out last year at this time.
You didn't,
so,
but
we'll see. He will, I'm sure, send me a text if I screw something up. So
he will, and he has his instructions to us were not to screw this up. So we will do our best to accomplish that. But we're excited about this football game, Ben. This is a great opportunity for this Iowa State team, which sits alone in first place in the Big 12 Conference. And uncharted territory for Iowa State to be in the middle of November, late November now, 5-1 in the league, and an opportunity to hang on to first place in the standings.
4 winning conference seasons in a row right now. Here's a chance to win a 6th conference game and stay in first place as you head into the last 2 weeks of the season. This is a fabulous opportunity, but it's up against a real nemesis for Iowa State.
That's the word. And, you know, the thing is, too, Ben, Matt Campbell talked about it on our call-in show on Monday night. Just, if you beat these guys, you've earned it. You know, and he likes that. I mean, he likes the idea that they're not just going to hand it to you. You're going to have to go play well. He knows that, and I think he looks forward to that challenge with these guys today.
I think it is, you know, I loved what he had to say about Coach Snyder in the segment we just did, right? Mm-hmm. He really admires him, and I think we all do, because they built a program from absolutely nothing and turned it into an epic powerhouse that won the conference. And if the playoff had existed back in 1997, they would have won the whole thing, I'm convinced. So, you know, to be in that position, that's where Matt wants this Cyclone football team to be. And frankly, that's where we are right now.
Well, that is our Golden Harvest game preview. Golden Harvest is relentless, delivering genetics, agronomy, and service, doing whatever it takes for our farmers 365 days a year. And time now for the Hy-Vee matchup report. Hy-Vee, the official tailgate headquarters of Cyclone football. And Ben, as we start with the Iowa State offense going against this K-State defense, once again, Kansas State really good up front, that 4-man front, even down to their 5th guy. Bronson Massey is an excellent player. Jalen Pickles very good inside. But that 4-man front really gave Iowa State fits a year ago.
You know, Wyatt Hubert, the really outstanding defensive end. I think Drew Wiley from Vinton is in the mix there too at defensive tackle. They're just super solid, and the thing that they do, they turned Iowa State. It was like they turned the blender on against Iowa State's offensive front. A 4-man look, you can twist and you can stunt in ways that Iowa State playing a lot of 3-man looks just doesn't see most years, and or most games, and really didn't do a good job handling all the movement that K-State threw at them a year ago. I think they've seen a couple more 4-man fronts this year than they have in recent past. OU ran a lot of it against Iowa State. But, you know, there's some other intrigue in this matchup in that we don't expect the 2 starting linebackers to play in this game. We haven't seen them on the field. There was concern, and it had been published that perhaps they wouldn't play because of COVID. That's a big deal because those guys are really good players. You know, you mentioned there's good guys behind them, but I think in the next tier behind them, the safeties are what stick out to you, and those guys can really play. K-State has taken the football away from teams this year. They're +4 in turnover margin. Iowa State has given the football away, -2 in turnover margin. That's going to be a big deal in this one as Brock Purdy and Breece Hall and this offense come out and take it on.
Justin Hughes and Elijah Sullivan, those starting linebackers, they were high school teammates in Tucker, Georgia, and they are each 6th-year seniors, 24 years old, so a lot of experience in that linebacking core that is missing today for Kansas State. But Cody Fletcher, a senior behind him, Daniel Green, a sophomore, was a very good player. But depth certainly takes a hit at that linebacker spot for K-State with that possibility that those guys are out. And, Ben, as you look at Iowa State offensively, you know, I just was so impressed with the way Brock Purdy responded last week and the way the team responded, because I think that this sideline, this Iowa State sideline, this Iowa State huddle has a lot of confidence in Brock, just like Brock has confidence in himself that if he makes a couple throws that get away from him, the next one's still going to be a good throw. That's the way he approaches things. It's his faith. And I think these guys have faith in him, and it really showed up against Baylor.
No question. And I think just overall the execution, Coach talked about it at halftime in our segment 2 weeks ago, the fact that they'd done a lot of good things. They just turned the ball over. And so the third quarter begins, and Iowa State really dominates that third quarter of play, builds a lead. Baylor came back to, be able to tighten it back up again, and Iowa State had to run clock at the end of that thing. You're going to be in a lot of those situations today where you've got to make the right play. And, the little things, the margin moments are going to be so important in this game.
All right, as we flip the chart and look at Kansas State's offense, I'm going to completely go against the entire conversation that we've been having for the last 2 hours. And that's that, yes, Kansas State, through its history, has loved to grind out long drives and loves to kill clock. And yes, they still try to do those things, but really they're more of a home run hitting play this year type of team. Deuce Vaughn, more of a home run hitter from the running back spot. We have seen a lot of home run type runs from Will Howard, or occasionally the deep throw, but they've hit the big plays. They haven't been as good at just kind of the grinded out, move the chains type stuff. So I think that's interesting today as you look at what Iowa State's going to try to do defensively.
It is, and where West Virginia had a ton of success was stopping the run with that interior defensive front and really forcing K-State to have to try and take deep shots down the field along the edges, and those are low percentage plays, right? So I think Iowa State, from a defensive configuration perspective, approaches it very similarly to West Virginia. And from a personnel standpoint, I think every bit as good in really every spot or better. A guy like Mike Rose, can be that X factor for you that takes the ball away. I think Greg Eisworth needs to have a really great day today for Iowa State because, K-State, if they get a chance to hit a crease, your safeties have to tackle well, and then they're trying to throw the ball deep into those areas of the field where the safety has to step in and make a play against a matchup, against a Deuce Vaughn out of the backfield, or maybe
Bradley Moore, really good tight end.
Tight end running up the seam.
Yep,
So
yep.
that's where this safety play has to be really good today.
Well, it will be fascinating, and Iowa State defensively really suffocated Baylor in that second half of the game a couple of weeks ago, particularly the third quarter into the fourth quarter. Just dominant performance from Iowa State defensively. Kansas State, as we mentioned, they haven't been consistent, but they scare you. And you've talked about it too, the fact that their special teams can set their offense up in a good spot, or their defense can do that too.
Well, they do, and Phillip Brooks, from a punt return perspective, he's got multiple touchdown returns, including 2 in the same game against KU, and they blocked kicks in their first 3 consecutive games, blocked punts, and then they blocked a field goal in the fourth game. So, this is a K-State team that really thrives on special teams, and they've got an excellent field goal kicker. Blake Lynch is 5th in the Big 12. He's a senior. He's making 84+% of his kicks.
Beat Oklahoma with a 50-yarder.
Yeah, I mean, this is an area. If Iowa State can get to a tie in special teams in this game, you got a really good chance to win.
I would sign up for that right now. More to come on the EMC Warm-Up Show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. Why choose between the technology you need and the seed company that you prefer? With Ropseco, you don't have to. Ropseco brings the trait technology you need so that you have the independence to plant what you want with the people you trust. Visit Ropseco.com. Iowa State and Kansas State today, and we head down to the field to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America Sideline Report. Farm Credit Services of America, agriculture works here. Chris, what's it like down there in this virtually empty stadium?
It's certainly eerie. This is my first experience of it. And, Ben, I probably need to lean on you. But when you don't have any fans in the stands, the teams really have to create their own energy. And that was something that Iowa State really never experienced that with a lot of teams in the first couple of weeks of the college football season. Second time around today. Again, I wasn't down here in week one, but it really looks like the guys are making a focal point to really, bring that own energy without having, 61,000 people yelling at you like you normally would in a Farmageddon game. That's what I've picked up on. It's a little bit eerie down here. It's an overcast day. Only other thing I would report to you fellas is Joey Ramos, right tackle, suited up for Iowa State today. We haven't seen him since the Texas Tech game. Doesn't look like he's going to get the start, but good to get another big guy back in the depth at the offensive line.
No doubt. Thanks, C-Dub. Appreciate it. Your business doesn't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. And today's EMC Did You Know question: who holds the Cyclone career record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback? Again, who holds the Cyclone career record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback? We'll have the answer coming up to this week's EMC Did You Know? After these messages, you're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. All season long, our friends at Pivot Bio are sponsoring First Downs for Farmers. With each Cyclone First Down, Pivot Bio donates $25 to future farmers in the Iowa State College of Agriculture. Pivot Bio, the company that is changing the way farmers look at nitrogen. And before the break, we asked you our EMC Did You Know question. That was who holds the Cyclone career record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback. The correct answer is Joel Lanning. My former neighbor was 17, but Brock Purdy's right on his heels with 16, so yet another school record within the sights of Brock Purdy. And Ben, you made a great point in the Baylor game about Brock running in the second half, really kind of changing the way things went for Iowa State offensively in that game.
You know, it did, and think about the fact that he currently holds 23 or shares 23 records, and to have one of them be rushing touchdowns by a quarterback, we'll take that today because it makes a big difference when he runs the football in keeping everybody on that defense honest in both the running and the passing game because all the RPO stuff Iowa State does.
Golden Harvest is relentless, delivering genetics, agronomy, and service, doing whatever it takes for our farmers 365 days a year. Golden Harvest. And it is 15 minutes to kickoff, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Let's take a look at our Sukup starting lineups, brought to you by Sukup Manufacturing Company. On a mission to protect and preserve the world's grain supply and the tools that produce it, visit sukup.com.
We're going to start with Sean Foster, the left tackle, and what a season he's had. Derek Schweiger right next to him, left guard. Colin Newell at center. Daryl Simmons Jr. at right guard, and Jake Remsburg, right tackle. That group, John, this season has really taken a step forward. Tight end Charlie Kohler, Landon Akers at wideout, along with Xavier Hutchinson and Sean Shaw. We obviously know Brock Purdy, the trigger man for Iowa State, doing it all from the quarterback position, and then Breece Hall, the nation's leading rusher, at running back.
And defensively?
Iowa State up front, so good. Isaiah Lee starting out, really anchoring that unit at nose. Eni Awazarike, guy who's bulked up and really able to take on a double team all day, every day. At defensive tackle, Jaquan Bailey, Iowa State's sack leader all time. Jake Hummel, Orion Vance, Mike Rose at the linebackers. Anthony Johnson and Tavon Kyle at corner. And then Aisheem Young, a guy who's been a difference maker at that star position. Lawrence White, and we talked about Greg Eisworth, the job that he's done so far this season at safety.
You know, you mentioned the linebackers there, and they are 1, 2, 3 on this team in tackles. Mike Rose, Jake Hummel, Orion Vance, in that order, 1, 2, 3. You love it when your linebackers are 1, 2, 3 on the team in tackles.
And it says so many things about the job that your D-line is doing in keeping those guys clean, and then, your secondary can just play really a one-dimensional game or come up and make tackles for loss. It gives you a ton of opportunity as a defensive coordinator to be able to bring pressure in different spots because you know that you're going to be able to contain the run game with those guys.
There's more to come on the EMC Warm-Up Show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. Producers Livestock is proud to sponsor Cyclone touchdowns all season long. For each Iowa State touchdown scored this season, Producers Livestock donates $200 to the Iowa Future Farmers of America. Producers Livestock for all your marketing, commodities, and credit needs. Visit producerslivestock.net for more information. Producers Livestock, a proud supporter of the Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Let's check in with Chris Williams for the field conditions report brought to you by Rob Seco. Chris, what's it like down there?
Well, honestly, I can't imagine a plot of grass looking better in late November than what Jack Trice Stadium looks like right now, fellas. It looks good. We'll see what it looks like in about 3 hours. And, man, I'm glad that we don't have 2 games in the month of December because that's a tough chore. But, Tim and the guys down here, they do a great job, and we got a great playing surface for today.
How about wind, Chris? Is that a factor at all down there at all?
Absolutely nothing right now. The flags aren't moving a bit, and it's a very still – actually, it's a perfect day for football in November, so let's get after it.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, C-Dub. That was the Field Condition Report brought to you by Rob Seco, a seat company focused on technology, relationships, and simplicity. And Keys to Victory is brought to you by Key Cooperative. There's much to be admired about the co-op model, and they've served agriculture producers for more than 100 years. Connect with them on social media or at keycoop.com. Ben, what do you have for Keys in this one?
Well, I'm going to start up front, and
Okay.
as Chris just mentioned, this is fat guy weather, all right? This fits the definition of it, and it's time for Iowa State's fat guys to win this football game. Last year, K-State won up front on both sides of the football, and they won the football game fairly convincingly. That's number one. The second thing is nothing cheap. No non-offensive points for K-State. Nothing out of in the kicking game. Just be really sound. And it's going to sound like a really strange thing to key on since Iowa State is number 1 in the league in this. Iowa State just 42.7 yards per game in penalties. But you have to make sure in a game like this where the margins are such a big deal that you don't have some foolish penalty. Full speed, everything you got, things are going to happen. But don't have a formation penalty. Don't have something that just takes points off the board for no good reason. Play a really clean game, and Iowa State's going to win.
Yeah, I think it comes right back to maximizing possessions because your possessions become a little bit more high-pressure situations when you don't have as many of them, and a penalty can kill one of those possessions. Those were the Keys to Victory, and you've been listening to the EMC Warm-Up Show. But before we go to break, let's pause for 10 seconds and allow our stations to identify themselves. This is the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Have indeed been listening to the EMC Warm-Up Show brought to you by EMC Insurance Companies. We'll come back with the opening kickoff after these messages. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Deerfield IMG College. Cyclone football is on the air. Brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Bud Light. Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Iowa Farm Bureau. Supporting your food and the farm-strong families who grow it. Join our efforts at iowafarmbureau.org. FMC. Cyclone football is brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC. The first name and last word in weed control is Authority Edge Herbicide. Extreme. Feel the power of amazingly fast internet up to 1 gig. Ag Leader. Are you an ag leader? Join many Cyclone farmers changing the way they farm with year-round technology. Connect your entire operation with Ag Leader. Agri Finance Advisors. Manage your farm finances using our innovative AgWizard financial software. Visit agwizard.com to start your free trial. The Iowa Bankers Association. Go to iowabankers.com to learn more. The coalition to support Iowa's farmers. Your farm, your family, their focus. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Just like the top athletes, Iowa leads the nation in corn and ethanol production. Follow Iowa Corn to learn how corn grows Iowa. And by U.S. Cellular, proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa State Cyclones. U.S. Cellular, connecting Cyclone Nation. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa State Cyclones with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join John Walters for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Captain's getting ready to meet at the middle of the field. Noah Jurgensen is the captain for the Cyclones today. It's time now for our Brew Pub Pizza Pick'em. Today's matchups, Oklahoma State at Oklahoma. Ben, who do you have?
I got OU in that one, as much as I don't want it to be the case. How about you?
I'm going to take OU in overtime. How's that?
Oh, there you go.
Wisconsin at Northwestern. Who do you have?
I'm obligated to go with Wisconsin, even though they're down early.
You're such a homer. 13-0 Northwestern up. I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'll take Northwestern.
All right, we'll
Another
see.
matchup involves pizza. Sausage and pepperoni, 4-meter supreme. Who do you pick?
I think this is maybe a push between the two of us. I'm going with sausage and pepperoni, Jeff.
Yeah, it's unanimous. Fans, don't forget to vote for your favorite Brew Pub Pizza on Iowa State Athletics' Twitter page for a chance to win a prize pack from Brew Pub Pizza. Brew Pub Pizza, the official frozen pizza of the Cyclones, available at all area grocery stores. Let's try to listen into Brandon Cruz, the coin toss here.
Looks like K-State won the toss.
It's over, okay.
They deferred.
Yep. All right.
Iowa State's going to take the football.
Yep, and operate, it looks like, from north to south in this opening quarter. Cyclones wearing their all-black uniforms today with the white numerals and trim. And Kansas State in its traditional white jerseys with the silver pants, silver helmets, purple uniform numbers, and should be an entertaining game between these two. Chris at Oklahoma in his second year, he's done a terrific job. He's beaten Kansas State, I should say. He's beaten Oklahoma twice among his accomplishments. Won 4 FCS championships at North Dakota State, and he's an Iowa native from Waterloo. Matt Campbell in his 5th year, 31-27, but take into perspective that he started 1-8 at Iowa State. He is 30-19 since that point. He's done a fabulous job, and a great article written about Matt by Pete Thamel and Yahoo Sports this week. Really well written. A great insight into what Matt's all about. So here comes the kick return team for Iowa State. And it'll be Jirel Brock and Kene Nwangu to drop back deep for the Cyclones. The kickoff man for Kansas State is Ty Zentner, and 24 of his 35 kickoffs have gone for touchbacks this season. The opening kickoff is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Avoid breakdowns in coverage with U.S. Cellular. So you hope that Kene gets a returnable ball, but not a lot of wind, and a guy that traditionally gets touchbacks. We'll see if Kene gets one that he can bring back.
Iowa State having a lot of success in the kick return game so far this year, actually 6th in college football in kick returns.
Another area of special teams where Darian Porter's been excellent out there at that front line of one of the guys that can get out there with his speed and lead blocks. Then Mira hits the kickoff, and it is fair caught by Jyrell Brock at the 1 yard line. So the Cyclones will start at the 25, and Brock Purdy will bring the offense out.
Get a chance to see what the cold does on a football. That one not able to get driven all the way to the goal line, even though K-State's pretty good at that.
Purdy, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions in the second half of that game against Baylor. He brings the offense out along with Brees Hall, the nation's leading rusher, with over 1,000 yards on the season. Cyclones operating left to right as we call it in this opening quarter. 1st and 10 from their own 25. Hall offset to the left of Purdy. And the give to Brees. Up the middle he goes, and he's hit hard by Daniel Green, the linebacker, but a 2-yard gain for Brees. Trying to go straight up the middle.
A little bit of penetration at the point of attack, not able to get a hat on everybody that time, but K-State played it pretty straight, no twists or run stunts.
1-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd down and 9 for Iowa State. Purdy in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 1 right. Hall offset to the right of Purdy. Colin Newell will snap it to Brock. In motion comes Chase Allen from left to right. The handoff to Hall, trying the left side, and he is smothered. A loss on the play as Wyatt Hubert was over there, but he had some company. It was Jones over there as well, Wayne Jones. So good run defense so far from Kansas State. A loss of 3 on that play.
9-man box that time for Kansas State, and Brock Purdy should have kept it. He had running room out to the right-hand side. It was man coverage on both edges.
So 3rd and 12 coming up for the Cyclones after that loss of 3. Jyrell Brock into the game. Out of the shotgun is Brock Purdy. Cyclones need a dozen yards. Shotgun snap to Brock. He looks, delivers over the middle, crossing pattern. Hutchinson the catch, 30, 35, 40, and goes out of bounds at about the 43-yard line. A Cyclone first down. Xavier Hutchinson picking up 20 on that 3rd down throw from Purdy.
Big time block down the field by Jyrell Brock that time. Able to spring him. He came on a wheel route and ended up blocking underneath. Good job by the Cyclones.
Matt Campbell talked about the importance of winning those 3rd down situational football opportunities as he mentioned them. There's one win for the Cyclones already, a 3rd and 12 converted on the throw to Xavier Hutchinson. Cyclones 1st and 10 at their own 43-yard line, operating left to right, pistol formation. And in motion comes Akers. Purdy a fake handoff, rolls right, throws. It is caught by Sean Shaw, who took a big hit from Elder, but hung on for an 8-yard gain. Nice catch by Shaw.
A little bit tighter formation that time. The wide receivers were in tighter, and a bootleg action, true bootleg, great throw.
Call it a 9-yard gain to the 48-yard line of Kansas State. Cyclones go quickly and give it to Hall. Left side run, finds daylight, 45-40, 35 to the 33-yard line goes Brees Hall. A gain of 14 on the play.
Little counter action that time, and Thomas made the stop, but not before Iowa State picked up a big run off the left side, well blocked at the point of attack.
Keandre Thomas, the injured player for Kansas State, being tended to. Let's head down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services sideline report. Chris, what do you have?
Yeah, we talked a lot about this in pregame, and it's downfield blocking by Iowa State's wide receivers have really contributed to the running game, and I think Brees Hall will give a ton of credit right there to Xavier Hutchinson, guys. That was probably a 6-yard gain. Xavier Hutchinson downfield made it a 14. Big-time play there by the JUCO wide receiver.
Xavier Hutchinson really has come on, and team leader in receptions, yards from the receiver position, and touchdowns from that wide receiver position. He's had a terrific rookie season with the Cyclones, and he'll be even better a year from now. Cyclones 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line of Kansas State. Opening possession of the game. All the tight ends are in the game right now for Iowa State. Purdy in the shotgun. And he looks off play action to throw it. He fires deep down the right side looking for Joe Skates. He's got it. Touchdown, Iowa State. A little bit of a push off by Joe, but they didn't call it. He was battling with Gardner, and he put a little hand on the small of the back, and you'll see that often. And then Joe hauled it in for his 2nd touchdown of the season.
Yeah, that play was set up very well because of Iowa State's running attack. Everybody bunched on the left side of the formation. Joe Skates, the lone wide receiver, split out way wide to the right. And, if you just look at a formation pre-snap and think, what do you want to try and do? You got a guy who's a deep threat. You want him isolated one-on-one down the field. You take the shot and you get it.
Connor Asala to try the point after for the Cyclones. Out of the Blake Clark hold, kick on the way, and it is good. 7-0, Iowa State leads it with 12 minutes to go in the opening quarter. And that Cyclone touchdown brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. The 54th career touchdown pass by Brock Purdy. And the Cyclones lead it 7-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield, IMG College. Cross Blue Shield first half. A 6-play, 75-yard touchdown drive for Iowa State, capped by a 33-yard touchdown pass from Brock Purdy to Joe Skates. And now Drake Nettles will kick it off for Iowa State. Kansas State has not returned a kickoff for a touchdown yet this season. Well, they returned 4 of them for touchdowns a year ago. And they are always dangerous in this area. Nettles out of Council Bluffs approaches the football. Kicking from north to south. Sidewinding kick will bounce and go out of bounds. You know what? I'm fine with that. Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services Sideline Report. Chris.
Always encouraging when you see your team developing throughout the year. And Jairell Brock comes in with a critical block on third down. Joe Skate showing off that playmaking ability that we've heard about. But guys, that was a great series for a couple of young guys who hadn't made a lot of noise this year. I'm sure Tom Manning is thrilled with what he saw from those two.
Excellent choices by Brock Purdy on that drive as well, going to the right spots at the right times.
35-yard line is where Kansas State will start after the kickoff out of bounds by Drake Nettles. It's a 7-0 Cyclone lead, 3 minutes into this game. Kansas State's quarterback is a freshman, Will Howard. Will go backs in the eye. Now Briley Moore, the tight end, shifts over to the left. Running back is Deuce Vaughn. And Howard fakes the handoff to him, rolls to his left, throws downfield, has a man wide open. He's got the catch. Taylor inside the 40 of Iowa State to the 36-yard line. Sebastian Taylor with a big gain, finally brought down by Anthony Johnson.
21 personnel. They start with a tight end and a fullback in the game, and they just do a little half roll to the left side and hit it down the seam.
29 yards on the throw from Howard to Taylor. We mentioned Kansas State only completed 5 passes against Iowa State a year ago, but they start this game with a 29-yarder. 1st and 10 from the 36. Handoff Deuce Vaughn, right side, pretty good hole, and he slides forward for about 8 yards. Rose was able to drag him down from behind, but not before Vaughn picked up 8.
Split backs power run right there, just going straight downhill and really well blocked at the point of attack.
The ball at the 28-yard line of the Cyclones. Kansas State on its opening possession, moving the ball well. Will Howard, a freshman quarterback out of Pennsylvania, is a big fan of Carson Wentz. Wanted to play for the coach that coached him in college. Howard out of the shotgun, looks to his left. Now delivers to Vaughn in the underneath stuff, and it's brought down right away, Deuce Vaughn. In fact, a loss of a couple of yards on the play. And that was Hummel that made the stop for Iowa State, a loss of 2 on the play.
Jet screen action. They released the offensive line to the right-hand side and slipped Vaughn out of the backfield. And Hummel read it, got underneath the block, and took it out for a loss. Great play.
So now 3rd down and 4 from the 30-yard line. 10:20 to go in the opening quarter. 7-0 Iowa State leads it. Kansas State on its opening possession. Out of the shotgun, Howard. He looks, he pumps, looks again, fires, caught by Mosey near the 1st down marker. Rose drives him back, but he had enough with his forward progress to get to the 25-yard line and a 1st down. That was Keon Mosey on the catch.
Kansas State looking good. Efficient offense so far for the Wildcats.
So they convert and move the chains, and now it's 1st and 10. Kansas State at the 25-yard line of Iowa State.
Offensive line has been really good at keeping them clean so far.
Kansas State lost all 5 offensive linemen from a year ago, but some other guys have stepped up very nicely for them. Here is Howard, handing it off to Trotter up the middle, big hole, and he fights his way forward to the 18-yard line. Brought down by Lawrence White, but not before a gain of 7.
That's like stealing. I mean, just a dive play right up the middle, and they fold the left guard around and hand it off to the back just into the A gap.
2nd and 3 coming up at the 18-yard line of Iowa State. Harry Trotter stays in there as the running back. Significantly bigger than Deuce Vaughn. Under center is Howard, backs in the eye. A 2nd and 3 play from the 18. And a give to Trotter off the right side, tripped up and chopped just short of the 1st down. Johnson tripped him up. A gain of about 2.5. They're about a half-yard shy of the 1st down.
Right play, it's a dive off the tackle, a little quarterback action, roll action to hand off the ball from under center. This is old school football right here. Iowa State now in 3rd and short.
3rd down and about a half yard to go for the Wildcats from the Iowa State 16-yard line. Out of the shotgun is Howard, offset to his right. Trotter, 3 receivers to the left side. Designed run for Howard right, and he gets through the initial burst to the 10, to the 5. He's to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal for the Wildcats on a run by Howard.
Yeah, the Iowa State linebackers had a shot at him and didn't make the tackle. They were getting blocked, but they were there and had it stopped at the point of attack, just not able to make the tackle. And he gets downfield all the way to the 4.
This is where the Cyclone defense needs to tighten the screws, hold them to a field goal if they can. 1st and goal for Kansas State at the 4-yard line. Will Howard in the shotgun, Trotter offset to his left. Now he shifts over to the right of Howard. Howard, designed run again, right side, and he is hit and dropped, and it was a loss of a yard on the play, back to the 5-yard line. Jake Hummel was there for Iowa State.
Yeah, much better. Very similar play to the last one. This time, Jake Hummel was able to get the tackle. He was Johnny on the spot last time, just not able to get him down. This time he did.
Loss of 1 makes it 2nd and goal at the 5-yard line. Briley Moore, the UNI transfer, into the game at tight end for the Wildcats. He's a good one. He missed their last game with injury. Vaughn is the running back. He's offset to the right of Howard. 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. In motion, Phillip Brooks. And they fake the jet sweep. And now Howard rolling left, throws it, and it bounces in front of Sebastian Taylor. Incomplete. Datrone Young had the coverage in the end zone.
Again, good protection from this Kansas State Wildcat offensive line so far. Iowa State starting to try and get pressure in. They brought in little different look up front and trying to rush the passer here. It's 3rd and 5.
Yeah, big opportunity here for this Cyclone defense. They would love to hold Kansas State to a field goal. We've got a timeout called by Kansas State. Timeout with 7:07 remaining in the opening quarter, and the Cyclones up 7-0.
Timeout on the field.
And they're going to make this a media timeout as well, I believe. They are, so we will take the break with them. Nothing. Cyclones lead it on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. 7:07 to go in this opening quarter. 7-0 Iowa State leads it. Kansas State has 3rd down and goal from the 5-yard line of the Cyclones.
Will McDonald in the game. Kansas State coming out with a big package. Iowa State with their pass rush look here. I would not be surprised to see Kansas State try to run right at this look.
They brought in Jax Deneen. He's a threat to catch it out of the backfield. Big fullback. And it's split backs with Ian Vaughn surrounding Will Howard. 3rd down and goal from the 5-yard line. Howard takes the snap, fakes the handoff to Vaughn, runs it up the middle, and he's hit and brought down at the 2-yard line. And shy of the goal line, obviously, and it'll be 4th down for Kansas State. We'll see if they send the field goal unit on or go for it.
They're gonna go for it, guys.
They're going to spot it right at the 2, and they're going to keep the offense out there, so it'll be 4th and goal from the 2-yard line.
Well, and Iowa State didn't substitute, so still got the pass rush unit on the field, and K-State brought more little guys in the game.
Receivers, 3 of them to the left side. 4th down and goal from the 2-yard line. Howard from the shotgun, and he will keep it and run it left, and he's brought down. Brought down. The Cyclones will take over on downs. Lawrence White was there, along with Will McDonald, and the Cyclones get the stop. What a big-time play there, Ben.
How about the fact that, Iowa State had their pass rush package in. K-State takes their big guys out at 4th and 2, brings in wide receivers, runs it with the quarterback, and Iowa State stops them for a loss.
Time out of the field. Cyclones up 7-0, 6:23 to go in the first on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. Cyclones take over on downs at their own 3-yard line, leading 7-0 over Kansas State. 6:23 to go in the opening quarter. Brock Purdy, the offense out there. He's standing in the end zone awaiting the shotgun snap. Handoff goes to Brees Hall up the middle for a couple. Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report. Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Just wanted to give a shout out. This won't pop up to anybody unless you watch the tape of what Latrell Bankston did on that defensive stand for Iowa State. He came in, guys, and took away the middle of the field in that quarterback run. It made things really difficult on Kansas State as they neared the goal line.
He is quick off that nose position.
He's the lone big guy in that setup when we bring pass rush, and he's got to stuff it in order to have a chance to survive.
2nd and 8 from the 5-yard line. Purdy out of the shotgun, gives to Hall, left side run. Brees with a hurdle, now left side to the 9-yard line he goes. So he picks up 4, and A.J. Parker made the stop for Kansas State. It's going to bring up 3rd down for Iowa State from the 9-yard line. They'll have 3rd and 4 coming up.
Pretty well blocked. A couple of Wildcats on the ground because of Iowa State's offensive front. And with runs, you get yourself some breathing room here and at least a somewhat manageable 3rd down.
3rd down, a long 4 to go here for Iowa State. The ball just inside their own 9-yard line. Purdy from the shotgun. K-State showing blitz. Purdy looks. He delivers to the right side. Incomplete. They had hands all over Xavier Hutchinson. And there's the flag. And that's a Cyclone first down for Farmers. Brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio, the company that is changing the way farmers look at nitrogen. With each first down for Farmers, Pivot Bio will donate $25 to future farmers in the Iowa State College of Agriculture. This one comes via the penalty.
Pass interference. Defense, number 25. Ball's placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Echo Boydo, the sophomore corner for K-State. Very physical corner. Got the hands early on Hutchinson.
He really didn't need to do that. He had pretty good coverage. Otherwise, Hutchinson, not really open on that throw. I thought they might wave it off because it was uncatchable, but Iowa State fortunate to pick up a first down by penalty.
5:01 to go in the opening quarter. 7-0. Cyclones lead it. Operating left to right. At their own 15-yard line, 1st and 10. Purdy from the shotgun. Brees Hall offset to his right. And the fake handoff to Hall. And a quick throw. Hutchinson on the slant. Has it. Avoids a tackle at the 30. Avoids another man at the 35. Got a block from Shaw. Across the 40 to the 42-yard line goes Xavier Hutchinson. It's a gain of 27.
RPO that time by Iowa State. They brought a blitz off the edge. The weak side linebacker came. He showed it pre-snap, and that just allowed Brock Purdy to know that he was going to not have any underneath coverage.
Beautiful throw and catch. Cyclones 1st and 10. Purdy running left. 45, 50, 45. And Brock runs out of bounds at the 40-yard line at Kansas State. A nice gain on the run by Purdy. It's another Cyclone first down for Farmers. Brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio. And another $25 donated to the Iowa State College of Agriculture.
Well, a really good play call. That time Kansas State angled to the field with their defensive front. They slanted everybody up front. Iowa State ran it back into the boundary with the quarterback. He made the right read to keep it, and easy first down.
This possession started at the 3-yard line for Iowa State. A 28-yard throw to Hutchinson, then a 17-yard run for Purdy. Cyclones 1st and 10 at the 40 of the Wildcats. And Purdy looks to throw it here on first down. Rolling to his right, dumps it off, caught by the tight end Sater. He bounces off a tackler and gets to the 28-yard line. And Jerron McPherson gets up looking for a license plate number.
You talk about physical. This game, both teams have been physical to start with, but Iowa State, Brock Purdy executing expertly and then playing big-time football. A huge block out along the side. Kene Nwangu with a big-time knockdown allowed Sainer to get some more yards.
13 on the catch for Sainer. Purdy's been sharp early. 1st and 10, Iowa State at the 27-yard line of Kansas State. Cyclones lead at 7-0, 3:20 to go in the opening quarter. And the run by Purdy again. He's tripped up, gets to the 25. A good tackle made that time by A.J. Parker, but a run of 2 for Purdy.
Kene Nwangu in the game that time at running back, and if he'd have handed it off to him, he would have really been able to probably pop one. But a good positive yardage on first down, well blocked up front. I really like what Tom Manning's doing in this game so far.
2:53 to go in the first. Cyclones up 7-0 and moving the football. They're at the 25-yard line of Kansas State. Purdy from the shotgun, and a whistle and a flag comes out. And we had a false start, I believe, on Iowa State.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 89, 5-yard penalty. It's second down.
Sainer with the false start. Brock Purdy, by the way, 5 for 5 so far for 103 yards through the air and a touchdown. Not bad.
Not bad at all. And now second and long. Iowa State at the 30-yard line. You start to wonder, is this 4-down territory depending on what happens here? They're coming out with 3 wide.
Brock in the shotgun. Cyclones 2nd and 13 from the 30-yard line of Kansas State. 2 receivers left. Brock takes the snap, fakes the handoff to Hall, throws it left, caught by Hutchinson, tried to make a man miss. Couldn't quite do it. A good tackle made there, but a gain of 5 to the 25-yard line. Wayne Jones made the stop, hung on for dear life around the ankles.
Good physical play. Hutchinson trying to throw him off him and get some more yardage, but Iowa State really asserting themselves and like the different looks that they're giving K-State. They're moving the defensive front around and creating good angles in the passing lane and also in the running game.
3rd down and 8 for Iowa State at the 25-yard line of Kansas State. And you do wonder if it's 4-down territory. 2 receivers each side of the formation. Purdy in the shotgun. Can the Cyclones convert a big 3rd down here? Here comes a blitz. Purdy steps up and runs. He's got all day. He's across the 15 to the 10. He's inside the 10 with a stiff arm. To the 7-yard line goes Brock Purdy, a gain of 18 on the run.
A good, quick choice by Brock Purdy that time. Drops back. Everybody's covered initially, but the linebackers avoided the middle of the field in coverage, and or they were bringing pressure on the outside, and he was able to just step up right through the middle of it and get an easy 1st down.
The Cyclones are now in the Case IH red zone. The best teams are led by people in the field. Case IH equipment is built by farmers who use it every day. Learn more at caseih.com/Cyclones. 1st and goal, Iowa State at the 7. They've had a couple big 3rd down conversions in this game. Purdy from the shotgun here. And the keeper, right side run for Brock, and he dances outside and gets out of bounds at about the 6-yard line. Might have got a yard there. It'll be 2nd and goal coming up.
Love how much Iowa State is running Brock Purdy early in this game. A lot of RPO, a lot of read option choice, and that's just going to mean that things are going to start to open up for Breece Hall.
Brock Purdy, 4 carries, 38 yards to go along with that, better than 100 yards passing so far. He's been tremendous. 34 seconds to go in the opening quarter, 7-0 Cyclones. They are 2nd and goal from the 6-yard line of Kansas State. Hall offset to the right of Purdy. There's the snap and the give to Breece, and he is smothered. No, Purdy keeps it and runs, and stiff arms Thomas, and he runs out of bounds at the 6. So again, Hall was met by Drew Wiley, and Brock held on to the football, didn't gain anything, but also didn't lose 5 like Breece would have. So now it's going to be 3rd down and goal from the 6.
Yeah, penetration. Iowa State didn't get a back block the way they thought they would up front, so good choice by Purdy keeping the football and getting back to the line of scrimmage.
That brings us to the end of the 1st quarter with the Cyclones leading at 7-0. We take the break. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. We go to the second quarter. Iowa State leads Kansas State 7-0, and the Cyclones are knocking on the door in the Case IH red zone. They've got third down and goal coming up from the 6-yard line.
The world depends on farmers, but who can farmers depend on? At Pioneer, our teams are dedicated to serving farmers year-round. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926.
And if you're working outside, steer clear of power lines. Get safety tips at Mid-American. MidAmericanEnergy.com/safety. So this drive started for Iowa State at its own 3-yard line. And what a first quarter for Brock Purdy. He was sensational. And now he's got the Cyclone offense out there for third down and goal at the 6-yard line. 3 receivers, including a tight end to the left side of the formation. Brees Hall, the running back, offset to the right of Purdy. Third down and goal from the 6. There's the snap to Brock. He has protection, delivers, the end zone caught. Touchdown. It's Charlie Kohler in the back of the end zone. A 6-yard touchdown pass from Purdy.
Iowa State gets Charlie Kohler matched up against a linebacker, and that's just not an area that K-State is going to be able to play. They had that same matchup the last play and ran it instead of throwing it. This time, get it all lined up, get him in the slot, and it's game over. Great throw by Brock.
A very early front runner for the Iowa Corn drive of the game as the Cyclones go 97 yards and cap it with a touchdown pass to Kohler. Here's Connor Asali to try the point after. Out of the Blake Clark hold, kick on the way, and it is good, 14-0. Iowa State leads it, and they are going to take the timeout, so we'll take the break with them. That touchdown brought to you by Producers Livestock, good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Cyclones up 14-0 here early in the second quarter on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. The Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. Iowa State leading it 14-0 with 14:56 to go in the second quarter. Let's head down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report.
Yeah, on that touchdown pass, Matt Campbell made it very specific to approach Brees Hall. Brees Hall didn't get a lot of love on that touchdown drive for Iowa State, but he was phenomenal with his fakes. And Matt Campbell really goes out of his way to say, Brees, you're going to get yours. That was his response to the touchdown drive.
Drake Nettles kicking off for Iowa State. Another sidewinding kick. Deuce Vaughn will take it at the 8-yard line. Here he goes, left side, angling that way. And he's tripped up but keeps his footing. And now he does go down with Eric Horn getting the hit at the 11-yard line. So excellent job by the kick coverage team of Iowa State. That 11-play, 97-yard drive for the Cyclones took 6:27, and the 14th career touchdown reception for Charlie Kohler, his 20th consecutive game with a catch.
And no one gets you closer to the Big 12 sports than SiriusXM. Tune in to get conference news, analysis, and more. From off-season through postseason, we've got you covered anywhere you go. Take your team with you on your phone or at home with a free trial at SiriusXM.com.
Backs in the eye for Kansas State. They start at their own 11-yard line. Under center is Howard, and he fakes the handoff, wants to throw it, has protection, fires to the right side, incomplete, trying to go to Phillip Brooks. White and Johnson were there on the coverage, and there is a flag on the play right near the line of scrimmage. Did they rough the passer? I think Eni Uwazurike might be guilty of roughing the passer.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 58 for the contact to the quarterback's helmet, 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Farmers have had a tough year, and as Iowans, we always look for ways to lend a helping hand. You can help by choosing E15 or unleaded 88 when fueling, purchasing corn-fed meat, or filling up your water bottle with tap water. Go to iowacorn.org to learn more. So Kansas State gets the first down via the penalty, and they are 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line. 14:43 to go second quarter. 14-0, Iowa State leads it. A couple of Brock Purdy touchdown passes. Hand off to Trotter,
nice.
up the middle he goes, and he is hit hard and dropped after a 2-yard gain. Those linebackers flying up there for Iowa State.
Yeah, really nice job by Bailey Johnson. He's created penetration these last couple of plays, and Josh Bailey.
Yeah, Jaquan and Josh both out there.
Yeah, with the good penetration at nose guard, and really taking away the angles for K-State.
2nd down and 8 for Kansas State. They're at their own 28-yard line. Operating from the shotgun is Howard. Brings a man in motion and hands it off to him on the jet sweep. But Mike Rose would have none of it. A loss of a yard on the play. They tried to go with the end around, but that time meeting Keenan Garber was Mike Rose for a loss on the play. A loss of 2.
Great job and an outstanding job by Jaquan Bailey that time at the end spot, stuffing the tackle and letting Mike Rose get a clean run inside out to make that tackle.
Cyclones have played outstanding football so far in this game. 13:33 to go second quarter. They lead at 14-0. 3rd down and 10 for Kansas State at its own 26-yard line. Howard drops to throw. Here comes a rush. His pass goes incomplete. He was hit just as he threw it, and Howard is hurt. He was drilled by Will McDonald with that rush. And down goes Howard, and he is in some pain, but hops up, gets to his feet. They did rule it a fumble, but Kansas State recovering it, and now their punt unit is on. I thought it might be ruled an incomplete pass, but they say no, he was hit. So it's a forced fumble by Will McDonald, but Kansas State able to recover.
Will McDonald playing a sort of an offset hanging edge position there. Didn't look like he was going to rush, looked like he was going to stay back.
Ty Zettner punts it away, and it's a booming punt. Greg Eisworth will take it at the 25 with a fair catch. A nice punt by Zettner. And Iowa State takes over at its own 25-yard line. The defense does the job again, and the Cyclones lead it 14-0. Timeout on the field, 13:10 to go second quarter. 14-0 Cyclones on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. 13-10 to go second quarter, 14-0 Cyclones. They have the ball back starting at their own 25. Down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report.
Yeah, just a real quick note. Isaiah Lee to the locker room for Iowa State. It looked like some sort of a left leg injury. He did leave under his own power, though, so that's good news.
Thank you, Chris. First and 10, Cyclones at their own 25-yard line. As a giant owl hovers over the stadium. And I do mean giant. Here is a running play left side for Brees Hall. He got distracted, and it's a gain of 5 on the run by Brees.
That was actually a hawk, so
Okay,
I'm not
my bad.
exactly sure what that means for us, but,
Oh,
I
yeah.
almost shot it. If I'd have had...
That was a big one, Coach.
Yeah, I guess you can't do that, can you?
I thought it was a flyover for a minute. Second down and 5 coming up for Iowa State. They're at their own 30-yard line after the 5-yard run by Brees Hall. Brock Purdy so far, 7 of 7, 114 yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 carries for 38 yards. He's been dynamic. He will hand it off to Hall. Big hole right side. Brees with a gain of 7. Out to the 37-yard line goes Brees Hall.
Kansas State now has to defend the entire football field because of how Brock Purdy has played in this first part of the game, and that is going to open things up for Brees Hall. 11 personnel for Iowa State, and they just keep moving the football. Now 2 tights.
Cyclones first and 10 at their own 37-yard line, operating right to left here in this second quarter and leading 14-0, 12:05 to go. Purdy in the shotgun, Hall offset to his left. And the fake handoff, the quick throw, it's in and out of the hands of Sainer and incomplete. And it will be second down and 10 coming up for Iowa State. First incompletion of the game for Brock Purdy comes here with 11:55 to go in the second.
You know, these tight ends are so versatile. They're able to split them out wide, and that stretches the defense and widens it out. They have to play them like wide receivers. They can't just crowd the box and take away the inside half on these guys because they're athletic enough to really force you into matchup problems with throws to the outside. But then they can motion in, and here they're in a bunch to the right, and they'll be able to run out of that.
Second down and 10 from the 37-yard line. Purdy takes the shotgun snap, looks, delivers, it's hit. His arm was hit as he throws. It goes incomplete. And it'll be 3rd and 10 coming up for the Cyclones.
Cyclone football is brought to you by your local Northland Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com.
So Kansas State's defense showing signs of life here after Iowa State had that 97-yard drive on its last possession. 2 scoring drives for the Cyclones, each ending with a Brock Purdy touchdown pass. 11:51 to go here in the second quarter. Iowa State a 14-0 lead in the ball. They face 3rd and 10 from their own 37. They've converted a few third downs so far today, and they've been 3rd and longs. Here's the shotgun snap to Purdy. He delivers. It's caught by Jyrell Brock, and he spins forward to the 45-yard line. So they picked up about 8, but 2 yards shy of the first down. Fletcher made the stop.
Punt unit coming out for Iowa State.
Jyrell Brock getting a touch and an 8-yard pickup, but now the punt unit will come on, and Joe Rivera will try to pin Kansas State deep. Kansas State averages better than 22 yards per punt return. Phillip Brooks has returned 2 for touchdowns this season. There's the snap by Hathcock, and the punt by Rivera is a beauty. And Brooks backpedaling. Takes it at the 9-yard line, spins away, and he's trying to give ground to the left. And he's picked up a block, and he's now out to the 20-yard line and returns it to the 22. A beautiful return by Brooks. Now a flag down near midfield. 3 flags.
Everybody's in the game.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 20. Penalties half the distance to the goal from where the kick was caught. It's first down,
Ooh,
Kansas
that's a big
State.
play.
Because the kick was caught at about the 5-yard line. Or 7 or 8 maybe.
Well, that hold happened really early in that punt, near the middle of the field. K-State did not need to do that.
Timeout on the field. 10:56 to go in the second quarter. Iowa State leads Kansas State 14-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield first half. 10:56 to go, second quarter. Kansas State trailing Iowa State 14-0.
The Iowa Farm Bureau celebrating farmers and Iowans who summon the strength to do more, be more. Those who are farm strong.
Kansas State starts its possession at the 4-yard line. Under center is Howard. Backs in the eye. Howard spins and hands it off, and up the middle goes Vaughn, but nowhere to go. No gain on the play. In fact, a loss of a yard. Mike Rose comes up from the bottom of the pile again, along with Zach Peterson, and a loss of a yard on the play.
Gary Vaughn in the game as well for Iowa State.
So it'll be second down and 11 for Kansas State at its own 3-yard line, and the Cyclones been called for your dominant He's at the nose spot right now. Isaiah Lee being tended to on the sideline. Second down and 11 from the 3. Here's Howard backing up to throw it. Dumps it off over the middle. Caught by Vaughn. He takes a big hit. He fumbled the football, but no, they're going to rule it incomplete. Mike Rose delivered the hit on Vaughn. They tried to lob it out to him. They started with a run-type action, but then Howard backpedaled into the end zone, tried to go over the top of the defense to Deuce Vaughn, and he was hit hard by Mike Rose.
Boy, he's slippery. I mean, how Vaughn got out and got the ball in the first place blew my mind. It was a nice throw, almost completing that thing in a really tight window. Great play by Mike Rose.
Now we've got a whistle. And they're going to
review this play,
see if there was targeting.
I don't know that it was targeting as much as they
on the
might
field was
review
an incomplete pass.
the actual outcome of the play.
Oh, and the way they announced it, they didn't say anything about targeting. What they said was the ruling on the field was an incomplete pass, and the play is under review. And Iowa State recovered the ball.
Boy, that'd be huge if it was ruled a catch and a fumble. Now, they may say he was down before the ball came out. That's not
Vaughn
a catch.
really did not have control of it for a while, and then Rose delivered that hit. I don't think he ever had control.
Now, was it still in the air when
I
Iowa
was just
State
going
got
to
on
say,
it?
did the ball?
I don't think so. I saw it hit the turf
Okay.
before Iowa State recovered it. So this is going to be the ruling on the field is going to stand on this one.
Let's pause for 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves. This is the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
Third down.
It was indeed ruled an incomplete pass, so it's going to be third down and 11 from the 3-yard line for Kansas State.
Enjoy peace of mind in these challenging times with a Medicare supplement plan 9 out of 10 stay with year after year. From Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, visit wellmark.com/benefit of blue.
Mike Rose having himself another game. The reigning Big 12 Player of the Week after Iowa State's last game against Baylor. Third down and 11 from the 3-yard line. Shotgun snap to Howard. He's standing in the end zone looking, having time. Now delivering left and incomplete. He had to throw it away. Great coverage over there by DJ Miller on Briley Moore. And the Cyclones had coverage all over the field. They would not allow Howard any passing lanes. And now they're going to have to punt it away from their end zone.
Iowa State's pass rush package that time, not rushing the passer, just trying to contain, make sure the quarterback doesn't get out of the pocket. They knew that they could cover down the field, and really a brilliant play call by John Heacock.
Jack Bloomer will punt it away. No relation to Brent Bloom. And Greg Eisworth is back deep for Iowa State. Bloomer from the back of the end zone gets rid of it. And Eisworth a fair catch signal in Kansas State territory at the 46-yard line. So the defense provides a 3 and out. And now the Cyclone offense will take over the Kansas State 46. First and 10 with a 14-0 lead and 9:56 remaining in the second.
Enter the Iowa Lottery's Winter Wonderland promotion for your chance at the biggest holiday prize pool ever. Cash prizes will be awarded soon, so enter today at ialottery.com or via the Lottery Plus app.
Cyclones first and 10 at the 46-yard line of the Wildcats, leading at 14-0. Purdy from the shotgun. Brees Hall, the running back. And Purdy looks to throw, has a man, and it's caught by Dylan Sainer, and he hurdles a man and gets inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. Dylan Sainer with a gain of 13.
I love it. I love it. Just play action pass. They fake the run to the right side. Sainer slips out the backside, and it's an easy pitch and catch and an athletic play down the field for 12.
And how about the athleticism of Dylan Sainer, hurdling guys at about 270 pounds?
You know, I thought he was going to be a tackle when he got here, and he has had a great career at tight end.
First down and 10, Iowa State at the 33-yard line of Kansas State. And Purdy, a quick pitch, left side to Hall. Gets across the 30 and run out of bounds at about the 28-yard line. A nice run for Breece Hall. Fletcher ran him out, but not before a gain of 5. And Hall is kind of getting little chunk yardage here and there and putting together a decent day once again.
Yep, great block out there by Sean Foster. And again, Dylan Sainer leading on that one. Team up with General Mills and gear up at wearetailgatenation.com.
Joe Skates back in the game. He had a touchdown catch on Iowa State's first possession. Second down and 5. Iowa State at the 28-yard line of Kansas State. Purdy from the shotgun. And he will give it to Hall. Right side run. Breece surges forward, close to the first down, about a yard shy, to the 24-yard line. A gain of 4 more for Breece Hall. Jones made the stop. And Breece Hall right now 9 carries for 40 yards.
Well, that was the most generous spot I've seen today, but third and about a yard for Iowa State.
The ball at the 24-yard line of Kansas State, so you would have got some options if you don't make it here. Third down and a yard to go from the 24. Tight formation. Hall, the running back, offset to the left of Purdy. And there's the handoff, and Breece just waits for the spot to open and then goes to the 21-yard line for a gain of 3 and a Cyclone first down.
I love it. Everybody lined up on the line of scrimmage. Really wide look for Iowa State, but everybody on the line of scrimmage, and they all just reach to the right-hand side. Breece Hall feels it out, cuts back. It's a zone run play, and able to pick up a first down. You know, I cannot tell you how much I love watching an offensive line move people out in third and short with zone run. It's big time.
Nwangu into the game for Hall. Cyclones first and 10 at the 21-yard line. A pitch to Kane, right side run. And he's tripped up on a very good open field tackle by the outstanding defensive end for Kansas State. That's Khalid Duke, former state triple jump champion. He plays defensive end, 6'3", 244.
I did not think Duke was going to make that play. I thought for sure Kane was going to get the edge, and it was going to be a big play. That was a really nice tackle.
Duke's going to be an exceptional player. He's a young one, just a sophomore out of Atlanta, but he is big time. It is second down and 11 from the 22-yard line of Kansas State. Kane Nwangu stays in the game at running back. He's offset to the left of Purdy. And the fake handoff. Purdy to throw, left side for Hutchinson. Leaping catch and a touchdown for Xavier Hutchinson. A beautiful reception, and what a throw by Purdy. His third touchdown pass of the game.
I thought Hutchinson went up with his hands a little bit too early on this thing, and Boydo was going to close on it and take it away from him. But really strong play by Xavier to bring that thing in. Wow.
A tremendous drive for Iowa State after taking over the 46 of K-State. Brock Purdy with his third touchdown pass of the game. Xavier Hutchinson, his second terrific catch as he went high into the air to get that one. Here is Connor Asali to try the point after. And the kick is good, and the Cyclones lead it 21-0 with 6:38 to go here in the second quarter. Timeout on the field. That touchdown brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Cyclones up 21-0 with 6:38 to go in the second quarter. On the Cyclone Network from Learfield, IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. First half. We're in the second quarter, 6:38 to go, and the Cyclones lead at 21-0 after Xavier Hutchinson hauls in a 22-yard touchdown pass from Brock Purdy, a 6-play, 46-yard drive. Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report. Chris.
Yeah, big storyline coming into today was obviously no fans here at Jack Trice Stadium, the need to create your own energy. And guys, it's like a party down here. It helps when you're up by 3 touchdowns, but we noted it before the game. The guys are really loose, having a really good time. And, we missed 61,000 of our friends down here, but you couldn't really tell if you were just watching this Iowa State sideline.
Right now, Iowa State outgaining K-State 237-60.
Wow. That's getting it done. And Brock Purdy has been absolutely spectacular. Brent Bloom can give us maybe an update on Brock's stat line.
Caught me off guard there, John.
Go for it, man.
10 of 12, 156, 3 touchdowns. Also, 5 carries for 38. A passer rating of 275, and I'm not an analytics guy, but I think that's good.
Liar. You're the all-time analytics guy. Nobody's more of an analytics guy than you are. Drake Nettles will kick it off for Iowa State.
He was on referee.com too late last night.
The clandestine publisher of that site. High kickoff from Drake Nettles. And coming up to take it is Deuce Vaughn at the 14-yard line.
He's
and
dangerous.
He dances to the right side. He's to the 25-30. Vaughn in the open field and brought down from behind as he got all the way out across the 45-yard line to the 46.
That did not go according to plan. Iowa State kicking it, kind of toward the Mid-American Energy field logo in between the numbers and the hash, which is what you want. But it didn't come down. It came down around the 15-yard line, and he just was able to step underneath it with speed and get the edge.
Lawrence White made that tackle to prevent it from being more of a damaging return, but all the way out to the 47 goes Deuce Vaughn. So again, special teams, giving Kansas State a shot in the arm. 6:30 to go, second quarter. They trail 21-0. They take over at their own 47-yard line.
Huge series here for Iowa State defensively.
Joshua Bailey's in there at nose, and a flag comes out.
Delay a game.
It's amazing how often that happens at this. No, they got a timeout just in time. Timeout called by Kansas State. Farm Credit Services of America.
Expiring, Kansas State calls their second timeout of the half. Timeout on the field.
Farm Credit Services of America and West Liberty Foods have partnered to sack hunger. 1 in 7 children suffer from hunger, but with help from Farm Credit Services and West Liberty Foods, each quarterback sacked by the Cyclones donates money and food to the Iowa Food Bank Association.
Front helps organizations that serve our nation's military veterans and their families. Round up your purchase amount in-store or online, and Hy-Vee will match all funds raised up to $100,000.
Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report. Chris, what are your impressions down on the field of the kind of game that Brock Purdy is having?
Well, you know what stands out to me, guys, is I think back to this game a year ago when Brock really was dinged up and couldn't be mobile. And you can tell down here just by watching, Kansas State's front seven. They are thrown off basically on every play. They don't know what's coming, a run or a pass, and that's mainly because of 15. He wasn't able to do that a year ago. He's been awesome. This might be the best half of football we've seen from Brock all year, which is really saying something.
Yeah, they came out. It was obvious their game plan was to load the box up and stop Breece Hall, and Brock Purdy single-handedly took them out of that game plan in the first series of this game. And that's what you need, right? That's what your guy that you come into the season, and we know how good Brock is. The expectations were super high. The narrative evolves over time, and now all of a sudden, when this sort of situation happens, it seems almost like a surprise. But let's face it, this is Brock Purdy. This is what he does. This is what he did in high school. When he came onto the scene, he did this exact thing that he's doing right here to Oklahoma State in his debut. He's making great choices, and everybody else around him is executing. I think, you got to catch the balls that are thrown to you, right? And Iowa State's done that all over the place, and at some point, the Cyclones are going to pop a big run with Breece Hall.
Being in the cattle business, you know respiratory conditions are serious. Fight back with a serious antibiotic like Zuprevo with the speed of onset and duration of protection you need. Read, set, Zuprevo. Mason Chambers is in the game for Iowa State at safety, number 33. He's a young man from Texas, a really good-looking athlete. And this is, he's played a little bit in mop-up time, but here he is in a significant situation. So we'll see if maybe there's an injury situation or if he's just maybe getting an opportunity. We had heard his name from Matt Campbell, though, as a young guy who he certainly likes. Kansas State 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line. And the give by Howard, right side run by Deuce Vaughn, brought down by Jaquan Bailey, no gain on the play.
A big-time play by Jaquan. They have split backs. They're trying to just stretch to the right-hand side, to the back on the weak edge. And Jaquan is the weak side defensive end. He chases that thing down from behind. Great sure tackle for no gain.
2nd and 10, Kansas State at its own 47. 6:02 remaining in the second quarter. 21-0, Iowa State in front. Howard from the shotgun. Cyclones send an extra man. Here's a pass, right side, broken up beautifully by Lawrence White. It was intended for Sebastian Taylor, but White reached in there and knocked it away.
A corner blitz for that Cyclones that time, and pretty well picked up by K-State, but it threw the timing off just enough and allowed Lawrence White to get underneath it and break it up.
Well, Ben, you said that this is a very big possession for the Cyclone defense. So far, so good. 3rd down and 10 for Kansas State. Isheem Young is back in there at that safety spot. So that's good news. Maybe Chambers was just getting a look. And so now a 3rd and 10 for Kansas State from its own 47. Howard from the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 right. There's the snap. Howard drops another corner blitz coming. Howard delivers. It is incomplete. Tavon Kyle stepped in front of the intended receiver that time, and Howard kind of had to throw it away. And so outstanding work by the Cyclones. A 3 and out for Kansas State.
Yeah, not even close on that throw, and it's because Will McDonald beat his man and was in the quarterback's face when he had to let it go.
That pass was intended for DJ Render, but now the punt unit on for Kansas State. Dominant performance so far in this game for Iowa State. Here's the punt by Zentner, and Eisworth will let it bounce. It'll hit at about the 22 and take a forward roll and roll dead at about the 12-yard line, so that's where the Cyclones will start. But they lead it 21-0, 5:33 to go in the second quarter.
Your perfect car is here. LaPorte City Auto Sales specializes in getting you into the right car at the right price right now. LaPorte City Auto, proud supporter of Iowa State football.
Guys, what this reminds me of, what we've seen so far in this game, is the third quarter and into the fourth quarter of that Baylor game when Iowa State was nearly flawless.
Easily the 2 best quarters of football we've seen from the Cyclones to start a game.
1st down and 10 from the 12-yard line. Brock Purdy in the shotgun. And he will give it to Hall. Right side run. Here goes Brees Hall. 20, 25, 30. And he's across the 35-yard line. Finally dragged down at the 38. A gain of 26 yards on the run by Hall.
Yeah.
Massey finally tracked him down.
You know, the mesh action that's happening in the backfield is just holding everybody up just enough. And Iowa State good at the point of attack. Excellent job staying body on body, and Brees Hall with a burst down the field.
26-yard run for Brees. Cyclones 1st and 10 at their own 38. In motion goes Sainer. Fake handoff to Hall. Purdy to throw. Has protection. Now rolls left, trying to buy some more time. Finally gets rid of it downfield. And a leaping catch is made by Xavier Hutchinson. A terrific catch at the 33-yard line of Kansas State. Wow.
You know, really an ill-advised throw, frankly. I mean, that was Russell Wilson-esque. He's scrambling left and just drops a bomb down the field. Hutchinson runs underneath it and makes the play. Wow.
29 yards on the throw from Purdy. Now a handoff to Hall. Left side run. Here goes Brees. 30, 25, 20. Keeps his footing down the sideline. And he is in for the touchdown.
You got to be kidding me.
Brees Hall.
That was sick.
with a 33-yard tiptoe down the left sideline for the Cyclone touchdown. 3 straight explosive plays on that drive. The 26-yard run by Hall, the 29-yard pass to Hutchinson, and then somehow Hall staying in bounds and taking it in for the touchdown.
Just unreal. You know, another play blocked really well at the point of attack by that left side. Colin Newell and gang doing the work, and then Brees Hall stays in bounds. That is a touchdown.
It is indeed a touchdown, and Connor Asali on to try the point after. And the kick is good, and Iowa State leads it 28-0 with 4:30 remaining in this second quarter. An 88-yard drive. Incredible. And the Cyclones increase the lead, and that touchdown is brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Guys, I kept looking for an official to say that he had stepped out of bounds, but he somehow
It wasn't close.
Stayed in. Amazing run by Brees Hall, showing his athleticism, and the Cyclones increase the lead.
You know, the job that the left side of that offensive line did just to cover everybody up all the way across the front and let Hall go to work. Yeah, baby.
Hey, Brent, give us some numbers on Brees Hall, if you would.
Yeah, Brees after that drive now, 12 carries, 102 yards, and a touchdown. So over 100 yards for, what is that, John? The 8th straight game.
To start the season, best in the nation, another touchdown. He's had a touchdown in every game as well. Nettles the kickoff. Deuce Vaughn underneath it at the 10-yard line. Advances it to the right side, avoids one tackle, gets across the 30, and he's dragged down by Gary Vaughn at the 32-yard line. So that's where Kansas State will start. So Brees Hall, 12 carries, 102 yards and a touchdown. And we're seeing today what happens when all the different parts of the equation are clicking. You've got Brock Purdy having a great game, Brees Hall having a great game, and the Cyclone defense having a great game, Xavier Hutchinson having a great game. And you look up at the scoreboard, it's no accident that Iowa State's up 28-0.
325 yards of total offense for Iowa State in this first half.
Will Howard from the shotgun, a blitz coming. Howard delivers over the middle, intercepted by Mike Rose. At the 40-yard line, Mike Rose has his 4th interception of the season, best in the Big 12.
Just steps underneath that throw, and there was pressure from the front 4 from Iowa State. And Mike Rose leading the conference in interceptions, and they're not going to catch him because that's the 4th on the year. That's big time.
Stepped right in front of Briley Moore, the former UNI Panther, and picked it off. And the Cyclones take over at the 38-yard line of Kansas State. Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services sideline report.
You know, player of the game so far defensively is Jaquan Bailey, guys. He hasn't been asked to rush the quarterback very much, but he's been taking up multiple blockers. And every play that he's been asked to go, he's made an impact. Did right there. 1st and 10.
Cyclones at the 38-yard line of Kansas State. Here's a handoff to Nwangu, and he is met and dropped by Wyatt Hubert for a loss in the backfield, a loss of 5 on that really good play by Hubert.
Hubert just wide at that defensive end spot, and I don't know if Iowa State was trying to read him or if somebody just missed an assignment up front, but unblocked into the backfield. Iowa State fortunate not to have an exchange problem there, a fumble on the handoff.
And I'm not disagreeing with Chris Williams, but I think Mike Rose deserves some honorable mention for defensive play. He's been pretty good. Out of the shotgun here is Purdy. 2nd down and 14. Handoff Kane Nwangu up the middle he goes, and he fights to the 40-yard line, picked up 2. And now it'll be 3rd down and 12 for Iowa State.
Well, Iowa State's certainly okay with the clock ticking here. Kansas State down to just 1 timeout left in this half, 3:26 to play. Iowa State with a 28-0 lead. And you're now 3rd and 12. So what do you choose to do here? Obviously, you'd love to pick up the 1st down and keep this drive alive. But more than anything, you've just got to make a really good choice.
Brock Purdy in the shotgun. Jirel Brock is in there with him in the backfield. 3rd down and 12 from the 40 and a timeout called by Iowa State.
First called timeout of the half by Iowa State.
Comes
30
with
seconds.
3 minutes even remaining in the second quarter, and the Cyclones up 28-0. They have outgained Kansas State 323-60. A dominant performance here in the first half by Iowa State.
John, I can't say enough about the intensity and the execution of this Iowa State football team. And, you know, Chris talked about it. The warm-up was purposeful. Guys were energetic and creating their own energy. And, you know, this place is pretty electric right now for not having anybody in it.
No kidding. That's a great point. Joe Skates had a 33-yard touchdown pass from Purdy to get the scoring started. And then it was Charlie Kohler, 6 yards from Purdy to make it 14-0. And then Hutchinson, a brilliant catch, 22-yard touchdown pass from Purdy to make it 21-0. Then Brees Hall, a terrific 33-yard touchdown run. Cyclones are up 28-0. 3 minutes even to go second quarter. They've got 3rd down and 12 from the 40-yard line of Kansas State. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Brock Purdy in the shotgun. Offset to his left is Jyrell Brock. And here comes a rush from Kansas State, and Purdy delivers to Jyrell over the middle, makes the catch, makes a man miss, and gets across the 30 and dives for the first down marker. He stopped just shy, did not get a great spot.
It was a terrible spot.
About a half-yard shy, but a nice catch and run for Jyrell Brock. And a gain of 11. And now the offense is staying out there. Looks like the Cyclones are going to go for it here on 4th down and inches.
Bringing 2 tight ends in.
Boy, I sure thought that spot was bad.
Same here.
The ball just inside the 29-yard line. They just have inches to go. Here we go, the play clock at 9.
Iowa State in the shotgun.
It is 4th down and inches from the 29 of Kansas State. The give to Nwangu up the middle. He fights for the first down and gets it. Kene Nwangu moves the chains.
And again, the Iowa State offensive line are body on K-State's defensive front and moving them. You know, they're not turned around looking back to see what happened. They are moving guys out of the hole. Great block by Chase Allen on the backside of that to distort the defense and allow Kene the opportunity to get 2 yards.
Under 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Iowa State a 28-0 lead on the football in Kansas State territory. 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line of the Cats. Out of the shotgun is Purdy. Offset to his left is Hall. And a handoff on an end around. And this is a run for Nwangu. Inside the 25. Dives forward to about the 21-yard line. So gain of 6 on the run for Nwangu.
Matt Campbell's loving everything about this drive right now. This is 4-minute offense, right? You just grind it out, pick up the first down, and watch the clock tick. Iowa State has everything they need with a second down play and short yardage with 1 minute left on the clock by the time this ball's snapped and 2 timeouts left.
We're at 1:10 right now. Purdy in the shotgun on 2nd and 4 from the 21. A head off to Hall, right side run. Brees lightning into the end zone again. Brees Hall with a touchdown run. His 2nd of the game. And the Cyclones increase the lead.
What a big-time set of blocks up front by this offensive line, just shredding Kansas State. Chris Kleiman just crossing his arms, doesn't know what to think. He's getting beat up.
And an acknowledgement to Ari Temkin and David Archer of the Big 12 Satellite Network for the Brees Lightning reference. They asked for it. I said, I'm not proud. I'll deliver it if it presents an opportunity. Connor Asali adds the extra point. And the Cyclones increase the lead to 35-0 on the 2nd touchdown run of the game for Brees Hall. My goodness. Let's get down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services sideline report. Chris, we are witnessing something special with number 28.
Yeah, I don't even know what to add, guys. This guy is just putting on a clinic. And, the second touchdown, the one 2 ago, he was tiptoeing on the sidelines, but the body control that Brees Hall has, we saw it with the cut right there. Something special. I got nothing other than watch 28 and have a heck of a time when you do it.
Watch Colin Newell and Simmons play. In that interior part of this offensive line, they are carving up the Cats.
That touchdown brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Drake Nettles on the kickoff. A low line drive. It bounces at the 25. It's scooped up by Brooks at the 15. Brooks angles to the left side. Trying to find some daylight. He's brought down at about the 26-yard line with 55 seconds to go in this unbelievable first half. I can't wait to hear Matt Campbell nitpick about something the Cyclones aren't doing well on the Authority Edge herbicide interview from FMC with Chris Williams.
Hey, Chris, why do you get this one today?
Yeah. Wow.
Let's see if I can have this gig full time, Ben, because this is a lot of fun. 35-0, my man.
Well, we may have to just Heft and I are going to arm wrestle for this spot. You can keep it down there.
Hey, I had to work my way back here after the Baylor game. Things aren't easy around here. You could be replaced in a heartbeat. There's a new quarterback into the game for Kansas State. A handoff to Vaughn, and he runs it left. Lawrence White runs it out of bounds at the 31-yard line. But in there for Kansas State now is Nick Ast. He's just 1 of 4 on the season for 9 yards. Howard appeared to get dinged up a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's the entire reason that he's out right now, but he is not in the game. So we approach halftime. There's 47 seconds to go. A completely dominant first half. They're up 35-0, the Cyclones are. Taking out about a dozen years of frustration so far in this first half.
I guess I should have worn the shoes last year.
Ast running and submarined by Greg Eisworth at the 35-yard line, about a yard shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and 1. 35 seconds to go in the half.
Iowa State, just keep everything in front of you right here. Don't let anything big out. I doubt K-State is going to take a deep shot just because things have gone really poorly for them here. And last thing you'd want to do is turn one over and have Iowa State to get another chance at you. But they're content to let the clock roll all the way down. This is probably the last play of the first half.
Asked from the shotgun, 3rd down and 1 from the 35. He will hand it off to Trotter. Harry Trotter up the middle to the 40-yard line, and that will indeed get us first down here for Kansas State. We've got an injured player for the Wildcats, so the clock stops at 3 seconds.
Time out for an injury.
Well, Ryan Vance made the stop for Iowa State. The injured player for Kansas State will be tended to, and that is their left guard, Josh Rivas.
He's probably their best player up front in the O-line, too. That's a big loss. He got rolled up on the play.
You hate to lose somebody, especially on the last play, just kind of a nothing play. First half yardage in this game right now. Iowa State has racked up 363 yards of total offense. Kansas State 74. Cyclones lead at 35-0. They have, again, done what they've done all season long. The balance between the rushing game and the pass game. 167 yards rushing, 196 passing. The defense has been sensational. They're looking at the ankle or lower right leg, it would appear. And they're going to let the rest of the clock run out here. So it will be our halftime right now with a 35-0 Iowa State lead. We're going to go down to Chris Williams for our halftime interview with Coach Matt Campbell, brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC.
Grab Coach right here. Cyclones up to nothing. Coach, heck of a first half. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think we'll see. I was really proud of how we played the first half. We got to play. We haven't played 4 quarters yet, so it's a great challenge for us.
What do you say about the guys up front?
Yeah, I think they continue to improve, and they'll have to play really well in the second half.
Go get them.
All right. That was the Coach Campbell interview, brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC. 2 modes of action deliver up to 14 more days of residual control in your soybean fields. Learn more at ag.fmc.com. We are at halftime. Iowa State leads Kansas State 35-0. And Brent Bloom will return with the Hoegemeyer Hybrids halftime report in a couple of minutes. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
From Learfield IMG College, you're listening to the Hogemeyer Hybrids Halftime Report. Also brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Iowa Secretary of State and Iowa Voter Ready. Coach Campbell and the Iowa State Cyclones encourages you to be a voter. VoterReady.iowa.gov. And by Pivot Bio Proven. Predictable, productive, weatherproof. Get a reliable partner. Get the new nitrogen. Get Pivot Bio Proven. Now, you're listening to the Hogemeyer Hybrids Halftime Report. Stay tuned for second half coverage. Presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield.
And we welcome you to the Hogemeyer Hybrids Halftime Report. At halftime, Iowa State dominating K-State. Maybe one of the most complete halves of football we've seen at Jack Trice Stadium in some time. 17th ranked Iowa State 35, K-State nothing. Now time for Hogemeyer Hybrids halftime highlights, and as you would imagine, plenty of highlights in that first half for Iowa State. The half started great and ended great for the Cyclones. The first drive for Iowa State, 6 plays, 75 yards. The Iowa State got into K-State territory, and Brock Purdy with his first touchdown connection of the half.
All the tight ends are in the game right now for Iowa State. Purdy in the shotgun. And he looks off play action to throw it. He fires deep down the right side looking for Joe Skates. He's got it. Touchdown, Iowa State. A little bit of a push off by Joe, but they didn't call it. He was battling with Gardner, and he put a little hand on the small of the back, and you'll see that often. And then Joe hauled it in for his second touchdown of the season.
That's Alley's extra point good. Iowa State led 7-0, 3 minutes into the first quarter. K-State drove it down to the Iowa State 3-yard line, but Iowa State stuffs them at the 3 and turns it over on downs. Iowa State marches 11 plays, 97 yards, facing a third goal at the 6. Purdy went back to work.
3 receivers, including a tight end to the left side of the formation. Brees Hall, the running back, offset to the right of Purdy. Third down and goal from the 6. There's the snap to Brock. He has protection, delivers, the end zone caught. Touchdown. It's Charlie Kohler in the back of the end zone.
Alley again makes the extra point. Iowa State led 14-0 into the second quarter. And after a 3-and-out for K-State, it was Iowa State's offense back on the move. This time 6 plays, 46 yards in just over 3 minutes. And Purdy found the X-Man in the end zone.
Kaneda Nwangu stays in the game at running back. He's offset to the left of Purdy. And the fake handoff. Purdy to throw. Left side for Hutchinson. Leaping catch and a touchdown for Xavier Hutchinson. A beautiful reception. And what a throw by Purdy. His third touchdown pass of the game.
Midway through the second quarter, Iowa State led 21-0, but the Cyclones weren't done yet. The only quiet person in the first quarter was Brees Hall, but in the second quarter, he got going. His first touchdown of the game came on a 3-play, 88-yard drive, and Hall took it 33 yards for a big Cyclone score.
29 yards on the throw from Purdy. Now a handoff to Hall. Left side run. Here goes Brees. 30, 25, 20. Keeps his footing down the sideline. And he is in for the touchdown.
That a 33-yard touchdown for Hall. The first play for K-State on the ensuing drive was an interception. Hall back to work. Before halftime, he got in for another score.
Purdy in the shotgun on 2nd and 4 from the 21. A handoff to Hall, right side run. Brees lightning into the end zone again. Brees Hall with a touchdown run. His second of the game. And the Cyclones increase the lead.
Sally's extra point good. It was a first half party for Iowa State. The Cyclones at halftime leading K-State 35-0. Those were our Hogemeyer Hybrids halftime highlights. Hogemeyer Enlist E3 soybeans are a yield and weed game changer for Cyclone country. Contact your local dealer today to learn more about E3 soybeans. All Iowa State in the first half. Cyclones 35, K-State nothing, as the Cyclones trying to stay atop the Big 12 Conference. When we come back, we're going to send it down to our Learfield IMG College studios for a busy day of college football across the country. 35-0 Cyclones. This is the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by Iowa State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield IMG College Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
I'm Jet Ainsworth, and today's scores around the country are brought to you by participating Iowa Kubota dealers. From zero-turn mowers to premium cab tractors and rugged utility vehicles, your Iowa Kubota dealership is a place for friendly, knowledgeable service. A lot of action all across the country today. We'll start in the Big Ten. 10th-ranked Wisconsin on the road to take on 19th-ranked Northwestern.
Stocky and Watson. The combo, play fake, Mertz, back to throw, lines up. He's a deep right side. DK got it. 15-10, slips the tackle, 5. Touchdown, Wisconsin. Graham Mertz to Chun-Ray DK, and the Badgers are on the board.
That call courtesy of the Wisconsin Radio Network. The Badgers, though, are trailing in the third quarter. Northwestern leading 14-7. Number 11, Oregon. They are leading in the third quarter at home against UCLA. The Ducks have a 31-21 lead right now over the Bruins. Number 1 ranked Alabama having no problems at halftime against Kentucky. The Tide leading 28-3. Earlier today, 3rd-ranked Ohio State and 9th-ranked Indiana came down to the wire, but it was the Buckeyes that pulled it out at the end. They improved to 4-0 on the season with a 42-35 victory over the Hoosiers, who fall to 4-1. 6th-ranked Florida, they knocked off Vanderbilt today 38-7.
There's the snap back to Trask. He backpedals. He looks. He throws the ball down the field deep toward the goal line. It's going to be caught. It's a touchdown. Oh, my. Trey Grimes extending all that 6'4" frame high in the sky, and the Gators have taken the lead.
Mick Hubert on the Gators Radio Network. Florida again winning 38-17. I'm Jet Ainsworth. That's your scores around the country. You're listening to Cyclone football from Learfield IMG College.
Back to the Hogemeyer Hybrids halftime report. All Iowa State in that first half. I'm Brent Bloom. Iowa State 35, K-State nothing. Cyclones dominant, as you would expect in the stats as well. Cyclones run 37 plays for 363. K-State 24 for 74. Brock Purdy, 12 of 14, 196, 3 touchdowns through the air. Breece Hall, 13 carries, 123 yards, and 2 more touchdowns, over 100 yards for the 8th straight game to start the season for Breece Hall. That puts him in rarefied air among all running backs in history. Quick recap of the scoring. Skates, a 33-yard pass from Purdy, made it 7-0. Then Kohler from Purdy from 6 yards out, 14-0. It was Hutchinson from Purdy from 21 yards out, 21-0. Then 2 Breece Hall touchdown runs. His first from 33 yards, second from 21 yards. All extra points made by Connor Assali, and it is 35-0 Iowa State at halftime. It is going to be Kansas State to receive the second half kickoff. John and Ben back with that second half action when we come back. 17th ranked Cyclones 35, K-State nothing. That wraps up the Hogemeyer Hybrids halftime report. Back with that second half when we return on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
On the Cyclone Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa State Cyclones with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's John Walters with the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers. Corn is a multi-purpose crop benefiting our entire state. It feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides clean burning fuel for our planet. You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa Bankers Association. Go to iowabankers.com to learn more. Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/cyclones. Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here. Hy-Vee, the official tailgate headquarters of Cyclone Football. FMC. Cyclone Football is brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC. Get up to 14 more days of residual control with Authority Edge Herbicide. Extreme Internet. Feel the speed. Feel the power. Feel extreme. Merck Animal Health. Proud sponsor of Iowa State football. Plumbers and Steamfitters Local Union 33. Your partner in success. AgriFinance Advisors. Manage your farm finances using our innovative AgWizard financial software. Visit agwizard.com to start your free trial. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Now, you're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa State Cyclones with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's John Walters with the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half.
A completely dominant first half from Iowa State. They lead it 35-0 over Kansas State. Breece Hall, now with over 100 yards and a couple of touchdowns in this game, becomes one of only 4 players since 1996 to hit 100 yards and at least 1 rushing touchdown in the first 8 games of a season. This is pretty good company, Ben Bruns. You've got Tiki Barber in 1996, Troy Davis in 1996, LaDainian Tomlinson in 2000, and Breece Hall in 2020.
That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. I mean, you know, those are guys that are were front runners for the Heisman Trophy. And there's not been enough conversation, by the way, about that.
Yes.
With Breece Hall.
I agree. And certainly should absolutely be the front runner for the Doak Walker Award, going to the top running back in college football. Cyclones are going to kick it off here to start the second half. But Breece, absolutely amazing in that first half. 13 carries, 123 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
They're going to give it to Byron Hanspart this year, aren't they? Sorry.
By the way, Xavier Hutchinson, 5 catches, 103 yards, and a touchdown, his first 100-yard receiving game in that first half. Drake Nettles to kick it off for the Cyclones. They lead it 35-0. The lights taking full effect here in the second half. Light breeze, still 41 degrees. Nettles with a good kickoff. Vaughn will take it at the 4-yard line. Here he comes, right side of the field. He angles right, 15-20, and goes out of bounds, run out by Lawrence White at about the 24-yard line. You hold your breath when Deuce Vaughn gets his hands on the football.
No question. Well, you know, our man on the sideline had a great article this week about the Heisman Trophy conversation for Breece Hall, and we'll get down to Chris and ask him about that at some point here in this series.
Nick Ast is going to start the second half at quarterback for Kansas State. I'm not sure if Will Howard got hurt. It did appear that he was banged up at one point, but Ast played the final possession of the first half, and he will start the second half, and he hands it off to Deuce Vaughn, who tries the left side, finds some daylight across the 30, and dragged down by Isheem Young, but he got 10 and a first down. Deuce Vaughn for 10 yards.
Really good cut block out there by the fullback, 29, and that sprung it. I thought it was going to be about a 3-4 yard gain, but well done out there in the open field.
Nick Ost is a junior from Cimarron, Kansas. Again, coming into this game, 1 for 4 for 9 yards passing on the season. Chris Williams telling us that Howard does look healthy on the sideline. Here's Ost looking to throw. He's being pressured, and he is sacked by Mike Rose. Mike Rose having a day again. Sacked all the way back at the 22-yard line, a loss of 12.
And that's a case you just got to throw the football away. I mean, really not a good choice. He had plenty of time to try and unload it. He had a guy that was coming open, but you have to know that Mike Rose is closing fast and just get it out. Mike Rose, a huge sack, and now Iowa State with a 2nd and 22 situation.
6'4", 245-pound guys are not supposed to be able to close that fast, but Mike Rose does. 2nd down and 20 from the 22. Ost throws over the middle, caught. It was a line drive throw and a catch by Phillip Brooks for a first down out to the 44-yard line. It's a beautiful throw and catch and a first down to Brooks.
Just a mistake in the zone back there. He got in between a couple of Iowa State defenders. They were there, they just didn't know who had him, and not able to close on it fast enough.
Joshua Bailey getting the start of this second half again. Chris Williams reported that Isaiah Lee left the game to go to the locker room in the first half. Came back to the sideline, but he has not returned to the game. It is 1st and 10, Kansas State at the 44-yard line. Hand off to Vaughn, up the middle, hit and dropped. That was Eni Uwazurike.
Joshua Bailey right at the bottom of that pile. He just stuffed the center as he often does, and Eni closed it up. Big time work by the front for Iowa State.
6'6", Eni Uwazurike brings down 5'5" Deuce Vaughn. It is 2nd down and 10 at the 44-yard line. 12:32 to go in the third quarter. 35-0 Iowa State in front. Ost from the shotgun. He looks to his left, fires that way. It is caught by Sebastian Taylor, and he is run out of bounds but not before a gain of about 7, almost 8, to the 48-yard line of Iowa State. Datron Young ran him out.
3rd and 2 situation coming up here. K-State getting a little bit of momentum going with Ost at the controls.
Well, that first completion he threw to Brooks was a really nice throw. Now 3rd down and 2 at the 48-yard line of the Cyclones. Harry Trotter in the game at running back, offset to the left of Ost. Ost looking to throw, fires right. It's incomplete. It was broken up beautifully by Greg Eisworth, who stepped in front of Sebastian Taylor and got the pass broken up.
Really good recognition by Eisworth there, jumping that route. I'm so impressed about how quick he got there. He's got help from the corner who drops deeper in that coverage. And Eisworth comes up and plays the flat and just takes that thing out.
4th and 2 at the 48, and of course Kansas State will go for it. They're down 35-0 as we start the second half. They have 4th down and 2 at the 48-yard line of Iowa State. Backs in the eye, under center is Ost, and he will fake the handoff, roll to his right, being chased by Mike Rose again, gets rid of it, incomplete. Mike Rose had the pressure, Greg Eisworth had the coverage downfield. It's incomplete, and the Cyclones take over on down.
In great field position, too. Iowa State's going to have the football on the 48-yard line. And
how good is Mike Rose?
Man, so good. Covering so much ground and zero bite on the play fake, right?
Time out on the field here. We got to get this break in. 11:40 to go in the 3rd. 35-0 Iowa State on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 11:40 to go, 3rd quarter. Iowa State now on its opening possession of the second half with a 35-0 lead. And Jairo Brock is in the game at running back for Iowa State. He's offset to the right of Brock Purdy. Johnny Lang is in there as well. They'll bring Lang in motion. And now Purdy will run it right side across the 50, inside the 45, 40. Brock on his feet inside the 35 to the 32-yard line. A beautiful run by Brock Purdy, 20 yards before Parker got him down.
Well, I love it. They bring Johnny Lang in motion, and then it's a true option play, really a triple option. He's got the opportunity to pitch it. He can hand it off, or he can run it downfield. And he chooses the more direct route. The defensive end stayed wide. He's able to just get downhill, gets a couple cuts. Great first down.
Brees Hall back in there, 11:05 to go in the third. 35-0 Iowa State. They're first and 10 at the 33-yard line. Purdy to throw. Pressure coming. He gets rid of it. He's popped. And he completes the pass downfield to Charlie Kohler. Purdy took a big shot, but got the completion to Kohler at the 17-yard line. A gain of 16.
Yeah. That time, one of the few times today, K-State has beaten somebody off the edge. The defensive end just had a free run, basically, and that was Duke that time with the big hit on Purdy, but he stood in there and completed it. It was a nice throw. He drove it down the field even though he knew he was going to get hit.
Cyclones into the Case IH red zone. They're at the 17-yard line of Kansas State, trying to add to a 35-0 lead. Purdy will keep it, run it left, being chased, and he avoids one man, gets to the 15-yard line. Hubert tried to get him around the ankles, but couldn't get him down, and Brock able to dive forward to the 15 for a gain of 2. Let's pause 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
That one. That ball spotted 2 yards short of where it should have been.
Second down now and 8 from the 15-yard line for Iowa State. Purdy out of the shotgun. Kane Nwangu in the game. Quick throw by Purdy, deflected and incomplete. And that ball was up in the air for a little while on the deflection by Daniel Green. So now it'll be third down and 8 from the 15-yard line of the Wildcats. Chirel Brock back in there.
Good position to get a field goal here. You don't have to go for it, 4-down territory. You certainly could choose to, but Iowa State just pick up some positive yardage on this thing, get it more toward the middle of the field if you don't get the first down, but lots available to you in this situation.
Third down and 8 at the 15-yard line of the Wildcats. Out of the shotgun is Purdy. All three receivers to the right side of the formation. Brock drops, throws it that way toward the end zone, and it is incomplete, broken up by Thomas. They were trying to go to Xavier Hutchinson. It'll be fourth down, and the field goal unit will come on. Whenever there's an Iowa State game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Here comes Connor Asali.
Just like Tom Manning told us, always end a series with a kick. That's the goal against these guys, and certainly the case here for Iowa State.
Asali will try a 32-yard All-State good hands field goal attempt. Connor Guess to snap it. It'll be Blake Clark to hold, and Connor Asali to kick. And the kick on the way by Connor. And it's right down the middle. Connor Asali, it's an All-State good hands field goal. And the Cyclones increase the lead to 38-0 with 9:28 to go in the third quarter. Iowa State has scored on all but one of its possessions, and they lead at 38-0 on the Cyclone Radio Network from Learfield, IMG College. Ross Blue Shield second half. 9:28 to go in the third. 38-0 Iowa State.
Good score there by the Cyclones. Able to drive it down, had a short field, and picking up 3 points is a big deal to start the second half.
Drake Nettles will kick it off for Iowa State. The band, the Spirit Squad, and the parents making as much noise as they possibly can. Deuce Vaughn up to take the kickoff at the 9-yard line, right side of the field. And he bounces across the 20, and he's hit hard at the 21-yard line, brought down right there in his tracks by Jared Russ.
Well, it's back. The return of the Learfield IMG Directors Cup honors college sports excellence. Follow along to see which schools will take home a first-place trophy for their season-long success. Learfield IMG Directors Cup, a premier institutional award.
Kansas State takes over at the 21-yard line. Nick Goss stays in there as the quarterback. Eric Horn is in the game at linebacker for Iowa State. It's 1st and 10 from the 21. And this is Ost handing it off to Trotter. Right side run, not much there. Gained about 2, but hit hard by Lawrence White and Eric Horn.
True I formation for Kansas State. They're coming out and just trying to run downhill. I think they're just trying to establish themselves. That's isolation off the right side. And Iowa State, even with a 3-man defensive front, able to stand that thing up and get it stopped for a short gain.
$8:53 to go here in this third quarter. It's Iowa State ahead, 38-0. Nick Ost works from the shotgun here, all alone in the backfield. 5-receiver look. Ost with a quick look to the right. Throws it to Vaughn. He makes the catch at the 29. Brought down there on a good tackle by Lawrence White. Let's get down to Chris Williams from the Farm Credit Services of America Sideline Report.
Just a real quick injury update for you guys. Isaiah Lee is down here walking around, no helmet. Doesn't look like he's coming back in. And Landon Akers, we haven't seen since before, early in the game. He's got his helmet on, looks fine. Don't know what's going on there, but he looks okay, like he could return at any time.
All right, thanks very much, Chris. The ball is at the 30-yard line. It's third down and a yard to go here for Kansas State from its own 30. 8:07 to go in the third. They trail at 38-0. Ost will hand it off, and a right side run for Trotter. He's able to get the first down. Lawrence White submarines him, but he gets out to the 34-yard line, picks up 5 and a first down.
Feel the power, feel the speed, feel extreme. Get supercharged internet up to 1 gig and whole home Wi-Fi that's just as fast. Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Keep in mind, this Kansas State team beat Oklahoma in Norman earlier this year. They had a great chance to beat Oklahoma State. Couldn't quite close the deal in that one. A couple of weeks ago, they were all alone in first place in the Big 12. Here's Ost looking to throw it. Ost delivers left. It's caught and trying to make men miss, and doing so successfully out to the 35-yard line after the catch was DJ Render, but Eisworth made the stop along with Bailey. And it's a short gain, so it's going to be second down and 9 yards to go here for Kansas State.
Really nice play by Render. I thought he was going to get tackled for a loss of a yard, but he was able to get positive yardage, but still good defense by Iowa State. Brings up second and long.
Second down and 9 for the Wildcats. They're at their own 35-yard line, operating left to right here in the third quarter, as we call it from the press box. Nick Ost in the shotgun, and he'll give it to Trotter, left side run. Chased down by Jake Hummel along with Tavon Kyle, but he got out to the 40-yard line, a gain of 5. It'll bring up third down.
Yeah, nice play design that time. Kansas State brings the motion man across the formation from left to right. That influences the corner back in toward the box a little bit, and then they run a counter back the other way and really stretch that corner and are able to get to the edge, pick up some relatively easy yardage, and make it a manageable third down.
Third down and 4 for the Wildcats at their own 40-yard line. They desperately need something positive to happen. Ost joins Vaughn in the backfield. And early movement and a flag out, a false start by Kansas State. It's going to make it 3rd and 9.
One of our keys to the game. Iowa State's played
False start, offense, number 50, 5-yard penalty. It's third down.
Super clean game, and it's plays like this that make it really hard when you're down big. to come back and get something together. You know, K-State does not have nearly as many options as some teams that Iowa State faces in 3rd and long, but they're really dangerous in 3rd and 4. That was a huge mistake.
5:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. Cyclones up 38-0. 3rd down and 9 for Kansas State at the 35-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Aust. Here comes a rush. He's hit and dropped a sack. 2nd of the day for the Cyclones, and this one comes from Jaquan Bailey. 3rd sack of the day, actually, because Mike Rose got one earlier, too. So Jaquan Bailey gets the sack. The all-time sacks leader at Iowa State picks up career sack number 24.5.
Yeah, big time. Just beats his man. He was matched up against Christian Duffy that time, the tackle on the left side, and quick move to the outside and able to take him down.
Brings on the punt unit. Jack Bloomer will punt it away to Greg Eisworth. It's a shallow punt. Eisworth's going to let it go out of bounds, and the Cyclones will have good field position. Law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts, Cyclone fans. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and your local law enforcement remind you to click it or ticket day or night. Time out on the field. 5:04 to go in the 3rd. Cyclones leading 38-0, and they'll have the ball when we return on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 5:04 to go in the 3rd. Cyclones up 38-0, and they will take over the football at their own 46-yard line. Excellent field position after the defense does its job. Brock Purdy brings the offense out. Cyclones operating from south to north, right to left in front of us. Purdy out of the shotgun. Brees Hall joins him in the backfield. And here is the give to Brees, dancing around, now charging forward for about 2 yards to the 48-yard line.
Absolute miracle that that's a 2-yard gain. There was nothing there. There was literally, and he just stopped. He waited. He sort of squatted, let guys make contact with him, and then he just ran him out of the hole and picked up 2 yards.
Doing Brees Hall things.
Unbelievable.
While the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is on hold for the season, Iowa's corn farmers will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for, because here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Out of the shotgun, Purdy hands it off. Hall left side run. Pretty good hole across midfield, across the 45, and he dives forward to the 41-yard line.
A touchdown saving tackle that time for Kansas State by Boydo. And otherwise, Brees Hall was going to have another home run.
11 yards on the run for Hall. He'll check out, and Kane Nwangwu in. Cyclones at the 42-yard line of K-State. Brees Hall having another day. There's the shotgun snap to Purdy. He throws a quick slant. It's caught. And that is Xavier Hutchinson with another catch. He had 100 yards receiving in the first half. He gets to the 34-yard line, a gain of 8.
For the best agronomic advice for your farm, count on your local Pioneer team for year-round advice. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926.
3:40 in the clock ticking here in the third quarter as we coast right along with a 38-0 lead. Just what we thought it was going to be like. No sweating it out, just
sleeper hold applied by the Cyclones.
No doubt. Out of the shotgun, Purdy hands it off to Kane Nwangu. He tries the right side. He gets the first down. He gets to the 31-yard line, a gain of 3. That will move the chains. Green made the stop for Kansas State.
We can't say enough good things about what this Iowa State offensive line has done, John. They just, are so solid, and to have this many guys who were new to the starting role come in and play this good of football against a very good defensive front from Kansas State, it's really astonishing.
First down and 10, Iowa State. They're at the 32-yard line of Kansas State. Out of the shotgun, Purdy. And he'll hand it off. And this is a left side run for Kane Nwangu, who gets across the 30 to the 29-yard line, a gain of 3.
Having an at-home tailgate to watch the big game? Stay safe. Grill and operate gas generators outdoors in well-ventilated areas. Get more safety tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Nwangu stays in the game at running back. Johnny Lang's coming in as well. He's been playing that slot receiver, especially with Landon Akers limited snaps here tonight. So it'll be second down and 7 from the 29-yard line. And this is Purdy looking to throw. He delivers left. It is caught by Sean Shaw, and he dives forward to the 20-yard line for another Cyclone first down, brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio, and another $25 donated to the Iowa State College of Agriculture.
So it's really good pre-snap understanding from Brock Purdy, knowing where the hole was going to be, and Shaw sitting down in it. Brock getting it out quick.
Cyclones in the Case IH red zone at the 20-yard line, and there's a handoff to Kane Nwangu for another yard. And slow to get up is Derek Schweiger, but he does get up. And the Cyclones in, as I mentioned, the Case IH red zone at the 19-yard line. The left, second and 9 coming up. 1:29 to go in the third. Iowa State trying to add to a 38-0 lead.
We've talked about how tough Derek Schweiger is, 6'3", 311 junior from Plymouth, Wisconsin. And he's a guy that stepped into that left guard spot after Iowa State moved some things around with the injury to Colin Downing, and he's been great.
Is anybody born to play guard more than Derek Schweiger? That guy
He's just a grinder.
Loves playing in that phone booth. There's a handoff to Nwangu and a 1-yard run off the left side, so it's going to be third down and about 8 to go here for Iowa State, and Jyrell Brock is going to come back in. The Cyclones killing clock. The third quarter winding down. We're down to 45 seconds remaining. Iowa State has outgained Kansas State 436 to 112. Out of the shotgun is Brock Purdy. It is third down and 8 from the 18-yard line of Kansas State. Third and 8 from the 18. Purdy takes the snap. They blitz. He dumps it off. It's caught by Jyrell Brock. Jab step. Makes a man miss. And Brock to the 11-yard line. Just shy of the first down. But what a beautiful jab step move by Jyrell Brock. And he picks up 7 yards.
That's going to be the end of the quarter.
At the 11-yard line is where they'll spot it. We do come to the end of the third. Cyclones leading at 38-0. We take the break on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. We go to the fourth quarter in Ames. A completely dominant performance by Iowa State. They lead Kansas State 38-0. And they will face a 4th down and 1 from the 11-yard line of K-State.
Well, it's just like we imagined heading into the fourth quarter. Iowa State with 443 yards of offense to Kansas State's 112.
Wow.
You know, you had to see this coming, John.
Yeah. I was hoping the Cyclones would play well.
Yeah.
They have been dominant in every aspect.
This is the best football game I've seen an Iowa State team play under Matt Campbell, and that is a high bar.
4th and 1 from the 11-yard line. Operating now left to right here in the fourth quarter. Cyclones will bring Jared Russ in motion and hand it off to Kaneda Wangu, and he fights for the first down. Did he get there or not? He might not have.
I don't think he got it.
Stopped about a half-yard shy, so Kansas State will take over on downs. Size Locker Room, the official store of Iowa State Athletics, is your local destination with the best selection of Cyclone gear. Visit us at 806 South Duff Avenue in Ames, or shop online at sizelockerroom.com. Kansas State takes over on downs at the 10-yard line. Cyclones just about inches shy from getting that first down.
They should have measured this.
Well, I think they had to get right to the 10, which they didn't. And we have a timeout on the field here. 14:56 to go in the fourth. Cyclones up 38-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 14:56 to go fourth quarter. 38-0 Iowa State. Kansas State takes over on downs at its own 10-yard line. And Nick Ost is back out there at quarterback. Will Howard quarterbacked most of the first half, then came out. Ost has been in ever since. And on first down, he'll hand it off to Deuce Vaughn, who tries a left side run, finds a hole, gets across the 15 to the 20, down the sideline, and finally run out of bounds by Mason Chambers, but not before a very nice gain for Deuce Vaughn, all the way out to the 34-yard line to get to 24. One of the best plays of the day for Kansas State.
Getting the edge is not something that K-State has had much today. Just not able to get up and force it wider from the safety spot.
The 24-yard run for Vaughn sets up Kansas State 1st and 10 at its own 34-yard line. Ost in the shotgun. And he fakes a handoff to Burns, throws it over the middle, broken up. It was Lawrence White defending Briley Moore, the tight end, and defending him very well.
Iowa State's done a really good job of taking Briley Moore out of the game today. That's a shot, one of the few that we've seen as a target to a tight end. He's a big body, and Lawrence White with good coverage and a nice pass breakup.
Lawrence White, one of those seniors, the 16 seniors that we are celebrating this year because they're accomplishing some incredible things. He's had a great game today. 14:09 remaining in the fourth. Cyclones up 38-0. Second down and 10. Kansas State from the 34. Loss tries to run it. He fumbles the football, and Iowa State recovered it. The fumble forced by Will McDonald, his second fumble forced of the game, and the Cyclones recover at the 31-yard line. It was Jaquan Bailey that recovers the fumble, and boy, those two defensive ends teaming up again.
K-State drops back to try and get it down the field, and you just can't hold on to it very long against this Iowa State group. I think that actually was a designed run play. He's just stepping up like he's going to run with it, and Will just beat his guy so fast.
Hunter Deckers is into the game for Iowa State at quarterback.
Really athletic play at that defensive end position, able to flatten after the offensive lineman's trying to influence you up the field.
1st and 10 at the 31-yard line of Kansas State. Out of the shotgun, Deckers. Easton Dean in motion. Here's Deckers rolling left. The left-handed quarterback throws on the run. It's caught. And he's now 3 for 3 throwing in his career, as that pass was caught along the left sideline by Sean Shaw. And it was a short gain of about 5 yards. Gardner made the stop, but a gain of 5.
I heard the crack of a rifle shot. I know hunting opened today in Wisconsin. That was a bullet right there.
Hunter Deckers out of Haywarden, played at West Sioux High School. Great basketball and baseball player as well. The state's all-time passing leader. Takes the shotgun snap and hands it off. Up the middle goes Kane Nwango, breaks a tackle and gets to the 23-yard line. A gain of 3 for Kane. It'll be 3rd down and 2 coming up.
Another well-blocked play in there for Iowa State. Got safeties coming up to make tackles in the box, knowing that Iowa State's probably going to keep it on the ground, and Iowa State's still able to get positive yardage.
All kinds of fresh faces into the Iowa State lineup. Great to see them able to play a lot of guys, especially with the game coming up on Friday for Iowa State. Deshaun Haneke's in there at tight end. Hunter Deckers is the quarterback. Jared Russ and Easton Dean, and now Haneke all go in motion. And this is Deckers handing it off to Jyrell Brock. A flag on the play. Brock breaks a tackle, gets the first down, but I think it's coming back.
Yeah, probably an illegal motion here or illegal formation.
Illegal shift, offense, numbers 87 and 83 were in motion. Both didn't get set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. It's 3rd down.
And that's a situation, John, where Hunter Deckers is still working on trying to get the timing down, right? Those two guys come in motion. That's part of the scheme. That's what you got to do. He's got to just wait a heartbeat longer for them to get set and then snap it.
So it'll be 3rd down and 7 after the penalty at the 28-yard line of Kansas State. We're down to 12:23 remaining in the 4th. Aiden Bitter into the lineup for Iowa State.
Was this fun watching these young guys play?
Absolutely. Sure is. 3rd down and 7 from the 28. And another whistle. We've got a timeout called by Iowa State. 12:06 remaining. We'll take the timeout with them. 12:06 to go in the 4th. It's 38-0 Iowa State on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Lacrosse Blue Shield second half. We have 12:06 to go in the fourth quarter, 38-0 Iowa State. Let's head down to Chris Williams for our breakthrough performance of the game, brought to you by Pioneer. What do you think, Chris?
Guys, I'm going to go with Jyrell Brock. He, probably didn't get on the field as early in his career as he wanted to. He's got 3 receptions today. He's been really involved in the blocking game as well, and just the fortitude for him to just hang tight and wait for playing time like he has. I think he's going to be rewarded here down the stretch.
We get the snap in here as Deckers looks to throw on 3rd and 7, fires to the right side, incomplete, trying to go to Joe Skates. When it comes to breakthrough performance and higher yields in your cornfields, choose the brand that's revolutionized how corn is developed. Choose Pioneer. Learn more at cornrevolution.com. So Jyrell Brock, our breakthrough performer of the game, brought to you by Pioneer. And now on 4th down, it'll be Connor Asali to try a long field goal.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is a great opportunity. Practice a situation and get some points on the board.
Be a 45-yarder. Asali hit earlier in the game. This is an all-state, good hands field goal. Not much wind to speak of. Blake Clark will hold. Connor gets to snap it. Kick on the way by Asali. End over end. It's going to be short. And it misses. And so now Kansas State will take over at the 31-yard line. Timeout on the field. Iowa State with 11:55 to go in the fourth leads at 38-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 11:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Iowa State 38, Kansas State nothing. Kansas State takes over after the missed field goal by Iowa State at its own 28-yard line. They have been outgained 451 to 132. All kinds of fresh faces out there for Iowa State. J.R. Singleton is in there at nose. Under center is Aust. Backs in the eye. He'll turn and hand it off, and there's a good hit made on the play by Tavon Kyle, and the ball popped out, and Iowa State's claiming they have it, and I think they do.
Yeah, the umpire says they do.
It's Deshaun Davis, we believe, with the fumble recovery.
Fumble recovered by the defense. First down, Iowa State.
Say it again here. It was Zach Peterson, rather, with the fumble recovery.
How about Iowa State +3 in this game on turnover margin?
And they will take over in Kansas State territory at the 32-yard line. Zach Peterson forced the fumble. And Deshaun Davis recovered it. And the Cyclones take over in Kansas State territory at the 32-yard line. With 11:48 to go and a 38-0 lead. And Hunter Deckers, the quarterback. Cyclones 1st and 10 from the 32 of the Wildcats. Deckers will fake the handoff to Jairell Brock. Looks to throw it. Incomplete, trying to go to Joe Skates.
Pressure that time by K-State. And Deckers got it out fairly quickly. I can't tell you how I'm not used to watching a left-handed quarterback play. When he loads it up, and he loads it up pretty quick, and he gets rid of it quick.
They love his arm.
It just looks different.
It does, and they really love his arm. We saw at Kansas with those 2 completions, including that touchdown pass to Joe Skates. 2nd down and 10 here from the 32-yard line. Pistol formation with Jairell Brock behind Hunter Deckers. In motion goes Easton Dean. And the fake handoff. Deckers rolls to his right, throws on the run. Juggling catch made by Skates. And he's out of bounds in the Case IH red zone at the 12-yard line, a gain of 20.
Love that bootleg action. That time Iowa State booting to the right. Deckers rolling out that way. Fakes the handoff and then drives it down the field to Skates. Great throw.
Yeah, tough throw against his body. 20 yards on the gain to Joe Skates, who's had a nice game. Had the opening touchdown of the game for Iowa State. Cyclones back into the Case IH red zone to the 12-yard line. 11:10 to go, and they lead at 38-0. Deckers from the shotgun. And he will keep it and run it right inside the 10, inside the 5. Touchdown, Hunter Deckers. A 12-yard run for the freshman from Hayward.
Awesome. You know, when you think about the future of the Iowa State program and you think about how highly recruited Hunter Deckers was, and then think about the fact that he's an in-state kid, I think all of that is so cool.
The state's all-time passing leader shows he can run it a little bit too. A 12-yard touchdown run, and the Cyclones add to the lead. That touchdown brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support the Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. Connor Asali adds the point after. And with 10:55 to go in the 4th, Iowa State leads at 45-0 over Kansas State, approaching their biggest margin of victory in this series. Timeout on the field. Cyclones up 45-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 10:55 to go in this 4th quarter. Iowa State leads Kansas State 45-0. They have outgained the Wildcats 483-136. Hunter Deckers, a 12-yard touchdown run. Let's get it down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services sideline report. Chris, you got to like what you see of that young man from Northwest Iowa, Hunter Deckers.
Well, I was telling you guys, I'm not sure. He looks more like a linebacker than he does quarterback. But, you know, I was talking about creating your own energy down here. Joe Skates is a guy who had a touchdown earlier in the game. Big reception there on that drive. And during the last defensive possession, there's nobody here in the crowd, right? And Joe Skates was just lightening it up and trying to work the crowd that is basically non-existent. He's just a really fun young guy. Good to see him get in the end zone, but that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. This sideline really energetic tonight, and even up 38-0, the offense still very engaged and involved in what the defense is doing.
Well, they're not doing the juicy wiggle for nothing. I mean, that's a good juicy wiggle we got going on right now with this 45-0 lead. Spirit Squad, band has been tremendous. The parents, all doing their part. And kicking it off is Drake Nettles. Cyclones up 45-0. A low bouncing kick by Nettles. Scoots along, picked up at the 15-yard line, and Mosey is just popped. Oh, my goodness. What a hit. That was Corey Suttle with the hit. And, I mean, hit with a capital H.
Well, every day, Iowa farmers use innovative practice to improve water quality. They're teaming up with ISU experts to implement a playbook to conserve natural resources for a better tomorrow. Pivot Bio, the Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Iowa's corn farmers care about the water we share.
TJ Tampa's in the game. Kamani King, Mason Chambers. Under center at the 21-yard line is Ost. He'll hand it off. A run for Mosey off the left side to the 25-yard line. He picked up 4. Also in the game, Eric Horn, Deshaun Davis, Gary Vaughn, Verdell Edwards.
Really nice tackle that time by Horn, coming from the outside, closing that thing up really quickly.
Tucker Robertson's in there. J.R. Singleton's in there. It is 2nd down and 6. 10:24 to go in the 4th. 2nd and 6 for Kansas State from its own 25. Nick Gost out of the shotgun, delivers, incomplete. And it'll be 3rd down coming up for K-State.
Iowa State heating them up again that time. Putting a little bit of pressure.
Cyclones are going to get Blake Peterson in the game, the redshirt freshman out of South Dakota.
Why not get another takeaway?
Well, if you insist. 10:14 to go in the 4th. Cyclones up 45-0, a flag out. They had a false start on Kansas State.
False start. Offense, number 81. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Well, Cyclone football is brought to you by Farm Credit Services of America. We work for the future of agriculture and those who want to be part of it. Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
10:14 to go in the 4th. 3rd down and 11 for Kansas State from the 20-yard line. Ost out of the shotgun. Drops to throw. Here comes some pressure. He delivers. It's caught, but a good open field tackle made by TJ Tampa at the 20-yard line. No gain on the play. The completion was made to Keenan Garber, but Tampa comes up to make the stop.
And Garber caught that. He had lots of room to work, but Tampa took a great angle and just swallowed him up. What a play.
And now the punt unit on for Kansas State. They have been held to 141 yards of offense in this game. And Greg Eisworth will almost for sure just fair catch this. There's the punt. And Eisworth's going to just let it bounce. And it does. And it will roll dead at the 36-yard line. And that's where the Cyclones will take over with a 45-0 lead. We'll keep it here. Farmers have had a tough year, and as Iowans, we always look for ways to lend a helping hand. You can help by choosing E15 or unleaded 88 when fueling, purchasing corn-fed meat, or filling up your water bottle with tap water. Go to iowacorn.org to learn more. Hey, we got Robert Hudson in the game now.
Yep, Ramos is in the game as well, so good to see him back out on the field. He was playing good football before he got injured earlier in the season.
Parker Rickert is in the game at a receiver spot. Out of the shotgun, Hunter Deckers. Cyclones started their own 36. Handoff, Jirel Brock, left side run. Brock fighting his way, got about a yard, maybe 2. He's had a few receptions out of the backfield today. That time got the opportunity on the carry. Gain of about 1.5 yards.
Nice job by K-State stringing that thing out. Pretty well blocked up front.
Darian Porter in the game at wide receiver. He's lined up wide right. Speedster out of Bettendorf. Deckers from the shotgun. Option play to the right side. A pitch to Jirel Brock across the 40. Fights his way forward to about the 42, almost the 43-yard line. They'll give him the 43, and that's a gain of 6. Allen made the stop.
Nice gain there for Iowa State. Nate Bitter out there leading the charge at blocking at the wide receiver spot.
Also into the game for Iowa State is Ezariah Anderson at wide receiver. 3rd down and 3 from the 43. Shotgun snap to Deckers. Here comes a blitz, and he steps up, and he will be sacked back at the 35-yard line. An all-out blitz from Kansas State and a loss of 8 on the sack.
Yeah, one of the few minus yardage plays for Iowa State today. K-State just brought the house and not able to pick it all up and ate it. That's okay. Clock keeps running.
It will be just the second punt of the day for Joe Rivera. With 7:41 to go.
This is one of those challenging situations in a blowout game like this when you're playing a lot of different guys and then you get back into a special teams situation where you're playing against somebody who's really good at a specific phase of the game.
The punt will bounce and roll dead at the 26-yard line, and that's where Kansas State will take over with 7:17 to go. And we have a timeout here. The Cyclones lead it 45-0 on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 7:17 to go in the fourth. 45-0 Iowa State.
Order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours with the Get It Faster option. Download the Hy-Vee app or visit Hy-Vee.com/grocery.
You know, Eric Heff just kind of reads those. You read it like you mean it, man.
Come on, baby.
Like, damn it.
You know what? Here's the thing.
Go get your groceries.
Here's the thing. We don't have Hy-Vee up in my neck of the woods. We could really use it. You know, Appleton, Nina.
There you go.
If the Hy-Vee executive team is listening to this, you guys have the best of the best, and come on up our way.
Let's go down to Chris Williams for the Farm Credit Services sideline report.
Guy who doesn't always show up in the box score, and Ben, I know that you're going to be able to do a test, but being down here on the sideline and watching is, man, Chase Allen and the leadership that he provides on this sideline is just second to nobody out here. You can just tell the energy that spews off of that young man. He doesn't always, again, show up in the box score, but man, what a valuable aspect of this football team.
He's been so good in blocking, you know, and we've seen him make some huge catches in games that were tight in the middle of the season. He's one of those guys that's out there all the time in that 12 personnel package and doing good things.
Chase Allen having a terrific senior season. Here's Ost handing the football off. A left side run. Gets about 3. Tavon Kyle made the stop. Quick story on Chase Allen. I talked to him this week. Said when he was a kid, you know, he'd grown up an Iowa State fan because his dad was his assistant coach here. He just remembers when the new rankings would come out every week he would so excitedly look forward to, hey, I wonder if Iowa State's going to be ranked this week. He really thought that was a big deal. He says the mature me knows that the rankings really don't matter that much, but you know what? If it can make people happy, he was all for it. But it was fun to talk to him this week. Here's a handoff to Mosey, right side run, and not much there. Gang tackled was Mosey. Dylan Sainer brought up a good point in some senior interviews I was doing this week too. He said, you know, you usually have to trust the guy next to you just to do his job, and then he has to trust that you're going to do your job. But he said this year leadership has been so unique because this year you have to trust that the guy next to you is going to do his job off the field too.
Right.
And not put you at risk. And that is a different kind of accountability.
It's one of the huge stories of this football team this season.
It really is. And well put by Dylan Sainer. 6 minutes to go here in the fourth. 3rd down and 8 from the 28. Oss to throw, a right side delivery, caught, and shy of the first down was the tight end Kenner Fox. Tavon Kyle made the stop. So now it'll be 4th down and about 2 yards to go for Kansas State. And they'll send out their punt unit.
Man, this Iowa State defense is flying around. And, you know, they fly around all the time, but you get a bunch of new guys in there that haven't played much, and they're recognizing what's coming at them, and they're getting downhill and they're getting after it, which, you know, you just don't expect guys to play that fast when they haven't had that much playing time.
Greg Eisworth back to field the punt. And he will fair catch it and make that fair catch at the 29-yard line. And we'll keep it here. Greg, by the way, in senior interview says, these are the guys that I'm going to be inviting to my wedding, and they better be inviting me to theirs.
It is such a unique experience, you know, and you really give up a lot of a college experience when you play college athletics, just because the time commitment is so intense. But you gain fellowship with your teammates in a way that really is indescribable, and neat to hear that story.
Darian Porter is in the game. And at quarterback is Hunter Deckers. Cyclones started their own 29. They lead it 45-0 here in the fourth quarter. Handoff Jyrell Brock. And he gains about 4, almost 5 on a run right up the middle, and a quick burst from Jyrell.
Really close to popping that for a bigger gain. Well blocked again. Got a couple new guys again, as we said, on that right side with Ramos and Rob Hudson. I felt like Rob Hudson could be one of those guys that was a real X factor for Iowa State early this season. He came into the season injured as well. And I think that says so much about what Darrell Simmons has done for this offensive line as he stepped in with injury, and a guy who's more of a natural center fit. But Darrell comes in and has played fabulous football this season.
Brock on a run for about 2, but a flag down. With 4:31 to go, and the Cyclones up 45.
Illegal formation. Offense had 5 players in the backfield. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more.
I like the energy you brought to that. That was solid.
You know, I don't put the demand into it that you do, but I suggest that you go check out Geico. Hunter Deckers will work from the shotgun. 4:15 to go here in the fourth. Cyclones on 2nd and 11 from their own 28 after the penalty.
My team at work would not be surprised at all about those readers, John.
Deckers rolling left, throwing on the run downfield for Bitter.
Oh, what a
and
play.
He makes a great
What a
catch in Kansas State territory. Aiden Bitter all the way to the 35-yard line of the Wildcats. 37 yards.
Outstanding body control by Bitter. He's out there. He's having to turn all the way around and basically run backwards for the last 2 steps to catch this thing. And single coverage goes up and gets it.
A handoff to Jyrell Brock for a gain of about 3 off the right side. What a throw, too, by Hunter Deckers, man. This kid is impressive. Brock Purdy had a sensational game. Deckers coming in and picking up. The Cyclones have thrown for just under 300 yards. They've outgained in total yardage Kansas State 524 to 149.
Great protection on that bootleg as well. I just love how much Iowa State rolls Hunter Deckers around.
3:11 to go. Cyclones will kill some clock. Deckers takes the snap, hands to Jyrell Brock off the left side. He spins off a tackle and
what a run.
Gets to the 29-yard line.
Just kept his feet churning and able to work his way through yards after contact on that one.
Picks up 3. Bronson Massey made the stop. And here comes Bo Comerly into the game for Iowa State. Lots of guys getting an opportunity. This has been awesome to see. We're down to 2:38 to go. Let's pause 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College. Here's a handoff to Jyrell Brock. Right side run. He powers his way forward for a first down to the 23-yard line. And with 2:15 to go, the Cyclones move the chains. And Jyrell Brock getting some nice opportunities. He was our breakthrough performer of the game, and he's continued to produce.
Good job by that offensive line continuing to churn after it looked like it was going to get stopped. A couple guys on him tackling him.
1st and 10 now from the 23 at Kansas State as we wind down here in the fourth quarter. And a handoff to Brock, left side run. He spins forward to the 20-yard line. Enjoy peace of mind in these changing times with the Medicare Supplement Plan 9 out of 10 stay with year after year. From Walmart, Blue Cross Blue Shield, visit walmart.com/benefit of blue.
We got 1:35 in a blowout, and I'm still complaining about spots. I thought that was terrible.
45-0 Iowa State. Who saw this coming?
I did not.
2nd down and 7 from the 20-yard line. Cyclones letting that clock wind down, and now Deckers takes the snap. Hands off to Jyrell Brock. He's hit and brought down for no gain on the play. And with 1:05 to go, we wind it down as the Cyclones are going to improve to 6-1 in the Big 12 Conference. How about that?
Opportunity to watch Bedlam tonight and see what happens there. Iowa State, it doesn't really matter because the Cyclones are going to continue to be on the top of the conference. And man, what a great opportunity going to Texas next week.
Well, Bedlam might get more attention, but I sure like the way Farmageddon went. 3rd down and 8 from the 21. Deckers handing it off to Brock. Up the middle he goes and brought down with 25 seconds to go, and that will be the final play of the game. So the Cyclones improve to 6-1 in Big 12 Conference play. They're 6-2 overall, and they are all alone in first place in the Big 12 Conference. A dominant 45-0 victory over Kansas State. We owe you one more break. We'll take it here. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.